Now call the Iberia Parish Council meeting to order. It's July 23rd, 2025. We'll have the prayer by Chad Macharan and the pledge by Mr. Swear.
Our Father, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Tommy Pollard.
Here.
Michael Landry. Marcus Broussard. Lloyd Brown.
Here.
Warren Goshenson.
Here.
Natalie Broussard.
Here.
Dustin Swear.
Here.
James Traha.
Here.
Scott Ronsonet.
Here.
Brock Pellerin. Brian Napier.
Here.
Lady Fontanet Brown. Cayman Crapel.
Here.
Chad Macharan.
Right, we have 10 members in the quorum. Going to council member announcements. Any council member announcements? Seeing none, we'll go to parish president announcements.
Good evening. Litter abatement took place on Saturday, July 23rd. A total of 3 people participated from 8 a.m. to noon. 48 bags of trash were collected around Pellerin Street, Monette Road, and Landry Street. From July 9th through July 22nd, the Public Works Department completed several tasks, which included culvert cleaning and replacement, field and roadside drainage, side booming, and other work, as you can see detailed on the screen, along with the districts where the work was performed. A kickoff meeting was held today for the Drainage, Maintenance, and Coulee Clearing Services project. Southern Constructors has been contracted to clear Channel M10 from Sugar Mill Road to Bayou Teche. Work is expected to begin next month and will be completed within 15 working days. This effort is part of Iberia Parish's ongoing commitment to improve drainage and reduce flood risks throughout the community. Phase 1, Project C for road repairs and improvements is now out for bid as of today. Bids will be open on August 22nd, 2025. Upgrades to the sewer system are underway in Sewage District Number 1 through the Water Sector Program. Projects in Beaufleur, Belle Terre, and Orange Grove areas will be completed by Sage Construction. Work is set to begin on August 1st, 2025, with expected completion by February 2026. The total project cost is $2,365,678. Construction is moving forward at Peoples Coulee. Crews have installed the cofferdam, set up diversion and dewatering systems, completed excavation, and tested piles. The next step is pile driving, which will begin soon. This project is expected to be completed in December. President Richard will speak at an upcoming town hall meeting on Thursday, August 7th from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. in Grand Marais at Mon Ami. Community members are encouraged to attend and take part in this conversation. And as always, don't forget to sign up for Iberia PINS, our parish information notification system. It's free, easy, and keeps you informed with emergency alerts and important updates by text, call, or email. Sign up at iberiaparishgovernment.com or smart911.com. Iberia Parish Government is currently hiring for several positions. You can see those listed on the screen. For more information about these positions and to learn how to apply, please visit our website. We encourage all qualified candidates to explore these opportunities and join us in serving the residents of Iberia Parish. And remember to visit the Iberia Parish Government website. Please let us know if any changes are needed. If you see anything that needs to be addressed, you can send an email directly to us from the contact page or give us a call and we'll take care of it promptly. Thank you.
Right. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote your machines to go into public comments.
Okay.
Got a motion by Lloyd Brown, a second by Chad Marchand. Vote your machines. We go to public comments. All right, we're now in the public comments. We'll go on to number 2 first. We only have one. Madam Clerk.
I'm going to go for the 2. Persons being considered for the appointment to parish boards, commissions to address the council.
Miss Ashley Orff.
Okay.
Orphe. Please state your name and address for the record, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Ashley Arfe. My address is 225 Fontainebleau Drive, New Iberia, Louisiana, 70560. Thank you, Council. So within my 1-year term, I learned a lot about the process of securing this seat, the levels of commitment, the endless paperwork, providing full access to me to the state, being sworn in by the clerk of court, to receiving the certificate announcing me as a board commissioner on the Iberia Levee Hurricane and Conservation Board. And although it was lengthy, it also allowed me the time to understand and appreciate the patience, dedication, commitment, and taking the initiative it took to get this done. After meeting with the board chair, Ray Freeman Jr., and learning more about the history of the board and where we are now, I am confident that in year 2, it'll allow me the opportunity to serve on the board, to assist with collaboration and partnerships, to bring innovating funding opportunities. Oh, and did I mention I'm the CEO of a healthcare nonprofit, so I know what it is to look for funding. But to also, as what I shared last year, to do what I do, educate the community members on what it is that the community needs done to secure the safety and what's needed for flood mitigation within Iberia Parish. So today I ask that you reappoint me to the Iberia Levee Hurricane and Conservation Board for Iberia Parish. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go on to number 1, Madam Clerk.
Comments from the general public on agenda items.
All right, the first one we have is Ben Callahan with Recurrent Energy. Step up, sir. Give us your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Ben Callahan. I'm here on behalf of Recurrent Energy. 44679 Endicott Drive, Ashburn, Virginia, 20147. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thanks again for allowing us to speak here tonight. I'm going to keep my comments relatively brief. I just want to talk a little bit about our public engagement process as it relates to sharing information about solar, but also the project that Recurrent had proposed, Acadiana Solar. I want to start, I'm not picking on you councilmen, but I do appreciate, as I did in the last meeting, what you had to say, which was information is power. And I truly believe that. And when we think about public outreach and what we're trying to do there, that is exactly what we're trying to do. We're providing information. We want to provide opportunities and forums for people to learn, for us to listen, to make changes, to share information. And based on the speed with which the ordinance has been proposed and where we are here tonight, we think that that timeline could be lengthened. And with that lengthening, we would have more time to share information, more time for folks to feel empowered to cast an opinion and come to a conclusion by communicating with you all. In terms of what we have been able to do, we've canvassed neighborhoods around the proposed Acadiana project. We've spent an hour in somebody's front door, an hour and a half in somebody's backyard, spent a lot of time at people's doors. We've learned a lot. And our intention was to do that throughout the entire parish, so the whole parish had an opportunity to spend that kind of qualitative time telling us what they think, learning about our project, but just learning about the industry in general. We had many meetings with parish leaders and community members. We held a public information meeting where 100+ people showed up. We had a great exchange with them. We learned, we listened, we shared information again. But based on the timeline that we've been faced with the last 3 or 4 weeks, we also then had to deploy other communications tactics that quite honestly had to speed up. We ran ads. We made a lot of phone calls. And of those phone calls, 1,902 people said they were in favor of supporting solar coming to Iberia Parish. 776 said they were opposed. We learned, we listened from these phone calls, and we wanted to have a qualitative exchange with all of those folks. Our goal is to follow up with them, learn what they have learned about solar, even if the amount of time that we could spend with on the phone was very short. I know you heard from some of those people as well. But that is the kind of responsible, proactive outreach program we want to do. And if you would give us the time to do it, I am sure more people would be interested in what the industry could provide, no matter what conclusions y'all come to down the road. So all we're asking for is more time to do something that y'all can be proud of in terms of learning and listening, and us helping to deliver information. So that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Terry Chambers. Do we have your name and address for the record, sir?
Terry Chambers, 110 Shaston Boulevard, Lafayette, Louisiana, 70508. I'm Terry Chambers. I'm a professor of mechanical engineering at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and I'm the director of the DOE designated Regional Test Center for Emerging Solar Technologies, and I run their university's solar research lab. I've been studying solar in Louisiana since 2010, and we've learned a lot about solar and how well it works in Louisiana. I am not here to speak at all on the ordinance, whether it should be for or against. That's not my role as a public servant. I'm also not here to speak for or against the proposed project. That's also not my role. My only role is education. And the first thing I would like to speak to are the health and safety aspects of solar energy. When solar energy is actually a very highly regulated industry, it's not new in the US or in the world, but it's relatively new in Louisiana. So, but here's the thing. If every component of a solar power generation station has to be certified and tested by a nationally recognized testing laboratory and certified that it's safe for the public before it can be used. The whole system has to be designed by registered professional engineers who also certify that the design is safe for the public. So when solar is implemented according to all appropriate codes and standards, it is absolutely safe for the public. The things that you hear sometimes about poisoning the groundwater or EMF radiation or even not being able to handle hurricane force winds, that is misinformation. I can go into a lot more detail, but that is the case. One thing I will also mention is with regard to setbacks, the national average is more like 100 to 150 feet. The current state law, as you all know, I'm sure, requires a 300-foot setback with a 50-foot visual barrier. I can say with certainty that that is adequate to meet any concern with regard to health and safety, and also it would make it so that the neighbors would neither be able to see nor hear the solar facility. So with that, I'll close my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joshua Chevalier. You state your name and address for the record, sir.
Hello, my name is Joshua Chevalier, 401 Edwards Street, Suite 1000, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101, here on behalf of Recurrent Energy. In my opinion, having observed this for the last 6 weeks, the process utilized for the development of the ordinance that's before you today does not conform to the requirements of the Home Rule Charter for Iberia Parish. Specifically, the first meeting we had included refusal to publish the ordinance for public consumption and consideration prior to the public hearing, which in my opinion is a violation of the open meetings law. Now, the new solar ordinance, which is the third draft of the ordinance, was published on the Iberia Parish website, by my knowledge, on Friday, July 18th, which contains several substantive changes outside the scope of the summary ordinance description for the July 9, 2025 publication. I have a compare draft with me here that I'm sure you've all seen as you go through the ordinance. It includes substantive changes, not just changes in technical nature. And most notably, and I think most concerning, it creates a brand new Board of Commissioners with 10 new political appointments for the Iberia Parish government, with the creation of an industrial development board. I question if a vote is taken on that ordinance as proposed tonight, whether the IDB or any of its subsequent actions would be legal and binding. With respect to the ordinance in particular, in my opinion, as you've heard from your own legal counsel, the 1 mile setback proposed is an illegal and unconstitutional incursion on the private property rights and an illegal ban on solar in Iberia Parish. I recognize that the most recent draft contains a modification that purports to allow a 300-foot setback in currently zoned industrial parcels. In reality, having reviewed the GIS, the recurrent having reviewed the GIS data, that does not open any new property to potential development in Iberia Parish for solar. It remains a 1 mile setback, which is a functional ban on solar. Additionally, the creation of the IDB and the requirement that no permits will be issued until the state issues decommissioning language functions in all regards as a continued moratorium and ban on solar unless and until some uncertain events take place. Frankly, it would be much more straightforward if the ordinance said that you were banning solar in Iberia Parish today. I also want to point out specifically that at the July 9th meeting, you all voted to approve rezoning of property from agricultural to industrial purposes for an oil and gas pipe and tool yard over residential objection based on comments from Mr. Pellerin, who was at the public zoning meeting where that was considered. As I drove here today and as I've driven throughout the parish, both when I worked for the 16th JDC and in the last few weeks, there is industrial property with no setbacks adjacent to residences throughout the parish. It is hard to square that with the ordinance you have before you today, which requires a setback completely outside of the norm of your zoning ordinance and requires a mile setback. Thank you.
All right, next we have Jeffrey Arnold. State your name and address for the record, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. My name is Jeffrey Arnold. I reside at 3116 Board Street, Metairie, Louisiana. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening regarding item 5372. I serve as the Executive Director of America First Energy Project, Louisiana, an initiative of the nonprofit Energy Right. We are a policy-focused, all-the-above energy organization that supports balanced, market-driven solutions which respect landowners' rights and local community values. To be clear, we are not here to advocate for or against any specific solar project. My comments tonight focus solely on the language of the proposed draft solar ordinance and its long-term implications for Iberia Parish. Our primary concern is the proposed 1 mile setback for solar projects, which in effect will serve as a moratorium on all future utility scale development in the parish. This distance is far beyond what typically and greatly exceeds the standards outlined in Louisiana's new state law, which allows for the 300-foot buffer from adjacent residences combined with vegetative screening. A setback of this magnitude would make all viable solar sites in Iberia Parish unusable, limiting local property owners' opportunities and placing owners in the parish at a competitive disadvantage. Renewable energy, when integrated thoughtfully, can diversify our power grid and build a more resilient Louisiana. Well-crafted solar ordinances, those requiring natural buffers like trees, native planting, proper decommissioning plans, backed by guaranteed financial assurances, and hurricane-rated installations, ensure solar projects blend into the community while protecting neighbors and the environment. Solar panels are non-toxic, do not emit harmful radiation, produce no air or chemical emissions. At the end of a project's life, they can be safely removed, recycled, or disposed of under strict federal standard guidelines, coupled with a strong decommissioning plan. The land can then be returned to agriculture or other uses at the landowner's discretion. With more than 21 years of government experience, including 14 years as a Louisiana state representative and leadership roles in both state and national electric cooperative associations, I welcome the opportunity to work with you to craft policies that encourage responsible growth while safeguarding community interests. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to setback requirements, but most range from a few feet to around 300 feet. With vegetative requirements to screen projects from view, these standards work and are being adopted by parishes across the state, including Morehouse Parish and St. Helena Parish, where I recently attended meetings as of last night and addressed solar ordinances that they are either have in place or are considering. In addition, I testified and advised legislators during the recent legislative session on the bill which became law. I thank you for your time, your service to the people of Iberia Parish, and I'm happy to answer any questions or meet with you individually to
We have
discuss
one
further.
question by Councilman Rossner.
You said recycle. Where do you recycle a solar panel?
So you have a company here that y'all approved over by the airport that's going to be making solar panels. Those solar panels are 100% recyclable.
Where do you recycle it?
Uh,
Like I go through it in the ditch? Where?
You mean you don't put it out front for the recycle man to pick up, but
what I'm asking.
the developers know of the recyclers. For
I
solar,
asked
no,
where-
I'm not a developer.
Where do you recycle a solar panel? You just said recycle.
They are recyclable. That is a fact. That
where
is
do you
not
recycle it?
at a recycling
I
center
know
that
where to
does
put
solar panels.
plastic, I know where to put glass. I know where to put cardboard. Where do I recycle a solar panel?
Okay, but you're talking about personal recyclable, which I'm also aware of. I am not a developer.
Where do I
I am
put
not a
commercial
I do not
solar
represent
panel?
developers
Where do I put a commercial solar panel?
at a commercial solar panel recycler.
Name one.
I mean,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Ben Kerr. You state your name and address for the record.
Ben Kerr, 98 San Jacinto Boulevard, Austin, Texas, 78701. Councilman Ronsonet, just to address that, First Solar is going to be building a recycling plant as well. There are other plants in Alabama and a few other states across the East Coast that I'm aware of. Can follow up after the meeting with specific addresses or company names. So just wanted to repeat the thanks for the time and consideration here. As Recurrent Energy has said, and I've said in the past, we support reasonable regulation. We've worked tirelessly over multiple years in multiple Louisiana communities and at the state legislature. And this is not responsible regulation. It's also not what personal property rights looks like. St. Mary, 50-foot setback from property line. St. Martin, 50 feet property line. St. Landry, 50 feet from property line. Evangeline, 100 feet from property line. Acadia Parish, 50 feet from property line. Vermilion Parish, 50 feet from property line. State's setback, as you know, Act 279 is 300 feet from property line. So 5,280 feet from property line is not reasonable regulation. We looked at what came out on Friday afternoon, the new proposed ordinance that we're all thinking about tonight. As Mr. Chevalier said, to be very clear and make sure there's no doubt, that still kills solar. We had our GIS team review every bit of industrial land in the parish, and there is no opportunity in the parish that meets that regulation. So with that, I'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Next, we have Andre McAnally. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Andre McAnally. I'm shaking because I'm not used to talking in front of people. And this is a highly charged, emotional issue, not only for me, but for all of my neighbors who are also my friends, or were my friends. So, did I say my name and address yet? Okay. My address is 2300 Daspit Road, New Iberia, Louisiana. When I was first told that my parents were gonna put a solar farm behind my house, I was outraged. I was pissed. The first thing I did was Google the harmful effects of solar farms. I just knew we were gonna die of cancer. You know, I didn't know. I didn't know. So I was really scared. And for a long time, I was angry with my mother for this. However, it's 5 years in the making, and I want to tell you that everything that the scientists and experts that have spoken here have said is that they are safe. I live on the property, okay? I have heard that other landowners aren't living there or whatever. That's what the public is saying, but I do. We are 3 generations right there on the property. And I would not put myself or my children in harm's way. Okay, I've done a lot of research. I have to say I'm a little disappointed in the council for rushing this. The council members that I did speak to asked me, why in the heck are you waiting till now to say this stuff? Well, I wish we would have had this a year ago. And my reasoning is because I didn't want your decisions based on this greedy landowner right here. Okay? I thought you were going to call in your own experts, consultants, and figure it out yourself. So I'm here tonight because it is a rushed ordinance. I feel like the council maybe needs more time. I also feel like our families' personal property rights have been trampled on. Through this process, people are fueled by misinformation. I have been attacked repeatedly, not physically, verbally. And it's probably my fault because I would answer things on Facebook, which I probably should just shut my mouth. But people say things and I know better. And so I have to say it. And maybe it's not I know better, but I know what. However, I feel like I'm being thrown to the wolves right now.
Hey, keep, you have, we listen to everybody. You have, say what you have to say. Everybody gets a chance to say, we're gonna listen to everybody.
Thank you. My grandfather bought this property, and he didn't buy it. It was his first wife's property in 1927. And Mr. Lala was an entrepreneur. He was a hard worker. He bought it. He acquired the land in 1927, and he made a dairy farm. And he didn't buy cows because they were cute. He wanted to make money, and he did not want to just have milk and beef for his own family. He supported the entire community. And when he retired, he leased the land to sugarcane, because honestly, at that time, that was the only thing that was available to do, okay? And it made him some money. At this time, my family has an offer to do something that can let's just say, who in here does not want to go after the American dream and make the best decisions for their family? We all want to live comfortably. We want our children to go to college. I'm not building a mega mansion and putting a lazy river on this property. We're not making millions of dollars, okay? A lot of people think the landowners are getting buku money, and it's really not. So I didn't write up anything. I just have bullet statements, and I know I'm all over the place because I'm really nervous, but I'm hoping that this ordinance at 1 mile, I hope you can take into consideration that the parish is made up of over almost 70,000 people, 70,000 residents. And there are about 100 that I've counted homes immediately adjacent to this area. And their opinions do count. If it was me, I commend them for getting up here and speaking their voice, okay? However, as a business owner, it's a private business deal on private business land between a business owner and a developer. And I'm not gonna act like a toddler saying, I wanna do what I wanna do on my own land and screw everybody else. I don't care what they say, because I do care. I do care, and I know a lot of people in here are angry with me, and I'm sorry. You know, 4 years ago, these same people brought food to my house and showed nothing but compassion and love when my husband passed away. And now they want nothing to do with me, and they're spewing hate. And it's really a tough place for me to be. I wish that the council could defer this or table it, give more time to think about this ordinance, because it's going to kill any solar project in the parish. And other than the 100 people who are living here right around it, there are 69,000 other broad parish members who haven't said anything. And I can also tell you that my phone blows up on the daily with people who are in support of it and are afraid to get up to lose business by these people that live in the area, the naysayers that are fueled by the misinformation. So, look, I'll hand over my cell phone and let you see it all. There's a lot of people who want this. They want the benefits to the parish. And you know, I thought I was crazy. Somebody told me that, several people have told me, but the first time I heard it, it really made me wonder, what in the heck? This girl says, Andre, you know, I'm all about the business and you doing what you want on your own land and property rights and blah, blah, blah. She said, but I have to vote against it because I don't want the money to go to the council members. And I said, no, you are stupid. What is wrong with you? They just gonna put it in their pockets that they can spend. And I have heard this from about 20 people. And I tell them, y'all know that's nuts, because it's, you know, it's crazy. So I don't want people to be scared to vote on things here because the money isn't going to go to the appropriate things. I know and trust that all of you are good, honest people, and that the money is going to go where it needs to be. You know, this isn't like 30 years ago where we slipping money under the table. Things are watched. So.
We have a question by Scott wants to know.
Oh, first I wanted to tell you thank you. 'Cause
Thank you.
not everybody can come up here. But when you say we needed to call experts, I'm not trying to pick on you. Please don't take it personally.
Okay.
But we all got voted in by the experts. Now, you said the other ones, you have all these people, and Mr.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You said you have all these people that are calling you. I got like 4 people for it. I got 1,000 easy over the last year from Most of these people in this room plus. And when I say 1,000, if I'd have answered my phone the last month, every time I'd have got fired. Okay? It was that many. So, but I commend you for coming in here, because at least somebody came and stood up for what they believe in. That's why all these other people in here, though, they stood up. So, you know, whether or not certain people on the back wall over there believe it, I have to go with who voted for me. That's how it works. You know, if we want to live in a communist country, I'd move to China. Okay? But they voted for me. So, but I really do commend you for coming in here. At least somebody on your side came and said, I believe in this, and that's what I stand for.
Yeah.
So I do commend
I had
you
a
for that.
feeling I was wasting my breath, but I still wanted,
Yield back, Scott. Hey, Scott,
That's
yield
it.
back.
Thank you.
All right, Scott, yields back.
Finish with you have a right to say
no, I really,
whether we agree or not.
I didn't want to come. I told my parents, I said, I'm not going waste my breath. They have already decided. And actually, I spoke to one of the council members this morning, and he told me, Andre, you need to go. You really need to go. And so I decided last minute that I was going to come. There were things that I told him that he hadn't even heard about solar. And I don't claim to be an expert. However, I do know a lot. I know a lot. I know a lot. There was someone here with a cell phone showing an inverter that was, you know, a piercing sound. And I'm concerned about that. I don't want that on my property. You know, I don't want to hear that. I live right there. I don't want that 24/7. I don't want to hear that. So the solar farms that we visited, I never heard that on the in the inverters. They were very quiet and sounded like a refrigerator fan. So
You don't have to answer that. You just talk to us.
Thank you. So, but I thought maybe we're going to have different inverters on our property. Maybe we're going to have the loud ones. Because if that's the case, I'm pulling out. And so I found out what inverters were coming here. I went and I listened to them myself. And to tell you the truth, the transformers are louder than the inverters. The transformers are louder, and the transformers were drowned out by the air conditioning unit that kicked on out on the maintenance building. I couldn't hear it after that. So what that inverter loud was, I said, well, what is this? They showing this on, this going around on, you know, it's a broken inverter. When an inverter breaks, it does make a screeching sound. And so, yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate your time. It's very nervous. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brad Doris. State your name and address for the record.
Brad Norris, 3205 Sugar Oaks Road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the council. First off, just want to address, you know, the phone call and the polling. We all in politics in here. We know how polls work. If I want a certain answer, I could poll a certain area. If I want the other answer, I'll poll a different area. I live, as the crow flies, quarter mile from this place, from the proposed site. I didn't get a phone call. My wife, I got 4 neighbors, no phone call. I would think I would at least got a phone call first, right? I mean, it's affecting us. But anyways, we know how that works. As far as for the setbacks in other parishes, great. That's other parishes. This is Iberia Parish, right? This is what we want, right? Really doesn't matter what other parishes do. It really doesn't matter what the state ordinance says, because in the state ordinance, they give each parish the option to create their own ordinance, right? Local autonomy, that's what we want, right? So I stand before you not to oppose renewable energy, but out of the concern for the well-being of our community and the character of the neighborhoods we all call home. Let me be clear. We support clean, greener future. I believe in progress, but I believe progress must be smart. It must be a balance. It must be made with the people who live here and plan to stay here. Not just the investors or the energy companies that will be gone in 5 to 10 years. The proposal to install a large-scale solar plant next to residential homes raises serious red flags for me, all of my neighbors, and majority of Iberia Parish. Let's talk about the property values. Numerous studies and real estate experts suggest that proximity to industrial solar plants can reduce home values, especially in neighborhoods where the views of quiet open space are part of the appeal. That's this area. Families who have spent years building a life there should not be forced to watch their investment lose value because of one landowner's decision. The visual and environmental impacts. These solar plants are not small. They involve fencing, industrial scale panels, and often clearing of trees or land. What was once a green space filled with farmland may be replaced by an industrial complex. Is this what we want our children growing up looking at? Is this what we want our children exposed to? There's too many uncertainties right now. There's also a noise and safety concern. While solar panels themselves are quiet, the supporting equipment, inverters, transformers, and some case battery storage can emit constant low-level noise. And while rare, there have been documented fires and equipment malfunctions in solar farms across the country. Let's talk about the land use and fairness. We all want clean energy, but why must the burden fall on the shoulders of residential neighborhoods? Why not place these farms in industrial zones, on commercial rooftops, or on the underused public land where they won't directly disrupt people's lives? What benefit is it for Iberia Parish? Well, let's see who benefits for a solar plant. The first one is the developers and the solar companies. They are the biggest financial winners. The second one is the investors, large banks, private equity firms. They're going to receive the 30% tax credit from the federal government. Utility companies and energy off-takers. Fourth is landowners who lease the land. And last place is local government, sometimes. Recurrent Energy is saying Iberia Parish will get $37 million in new property taxes versus the $100,000 if it remains in farmland. What they're not telling everyone is the negative economic impact. From the property values that would decrease, from the tax revenue on all the supplies to farm the 1,000 acres, to the local shops that supply all the necessities for the farm and the local sugar mill. If we have to get rid of the cane field, here's an option. What if we develop the same land for rooftops? You could easily fit 3,000 homes on 1,000 acres. You could actually fit 4,000. We'll just run with 3,000. 3,000 homes at an average of $300,000 per home is a $900 million investment. Way greater than $147 million for the solar plant. 3,000 homes with a property tax of an average of $1,500. It's actually $1,800, but I just did $1,500. It's $4.5 million per year. $4.5 million per year in 40 years is $180 million. Way more than the $37 million from a solar farm. Now, we can't just develop this land. The land would have to be sold. They would have to develop it. Iberia Parish would have to have the jobs and the community to support this. If we're going to start throwing out money for what Iberia Parish is going to get, let's weigh the factor on what we could really get. Because the only thing holding Iberia Parish back right now is rooftops. We all know that. Y'all had y'all report from Coder, the financial group, right? Where we at? We flat. We've been flat for 10 years, right? There's no growth. Okay? If you look at population of Iberia Parish, 1994, 76,000. 2004, 74. 2014, 73. 2024, 64,000. That's off the census. It's a decline. Same census report from Lafayette, 94 was 173. 2004 was 199. 2014, 235. 2024, 250. Steady increase. They passed a nice ordinance, but if you look at Google Earth, there's no place to put a solar farm in the middle of in Lafayette Parish. They're not worried about it. They're not us. We Iberia. I had a good meeting with Mr. Ben some weeks back. He came to the office. He was going to stay for 15, 20 minutes. He stayed for an hour and a half. We talked a lot. If and what's, how I felt, everything. At the end of the meeting, I asked him, I said, how would the residents of Ashburn, Virginia, and the Carolina areas would like the following? In the middle of a peaceful area, I went on Google Earth and I plucked out 20 acres. I said, I'm going to erect a 135-foot oil derrick, drill 4 wells, north, south, east, and west. I'm going to install a flare stack to burn off the excess natural gas, and then I'm going to install a beautiful iron horse to pump oil for 40 years. I said, your residents would like me? Sat back in his chair and he said, nah. He said, but I'm not here for that. I'm here to sell solar. I said, I get it, but it doesn't seem fair, right? There's currently no guidance or ordinance for solar in Iberia Parish. No way to regulate what happens, no way to protect the parish. If everyone is against an ordinance, get rid of every ordinance in Iberia Parish. Can't have an ordinance for one, not for the other, right? Fair is fair. If this deal is so great, why doesn't the solar company just come out and buy the land? It might not be for sale, but I could tell you if you look at all the investments, a lot of times solar companies don't buy the land. Because after 5 or 10 years, they make their money, they're gone. Who's stuck with the balance? Iberia Parish. Trust is something that takes years to get and seconds to lose. While the residents of Iberia Parish have put their trust in you all to guide and protect us and to make Iberia Parish prosper, let's not lose that trust tonight. Let's not drive the final nail in Iberia Parish's coffin. Let's unite and push forward for Iberia Parish. Iberia Parish is not anti-solar. Iberia Parish is pro-community, and we are pro-Iberia. I urge you to listen to the people who live here, pay taxes here, and raise their families here. Let's not trade our peace, our safety, and our property values for a project that benefits corporations more than communities. You see it all here tonight. We've been doing this for 2 years, right? And look, I commend Ms. Andre for standing up and speaking what she believes, and she has that right, right? And so does everybody else. And you should never feel threatened or anything for getting up and speaking. You have that right, right? That you do. But a lot of people are opposed of it. And I thought I'd just share my thoughts. Any questions?
Owned by Tommy Pollard.
Yes, Mr. Norris. Mr. Norris, you gave a really good speech, but for our last meeting, I don't know if you was here or not, and you said that the property, you want to bring rooftops here. But there was a lady spoke, and she said, if we don't go the way we want, we go in Youngville. So, I mean, why bring rooftops here, and the first thing we get threatened by is we going to another parish?
You saying,
I don't understand.
You saying she said if you allow the solar farm, they go into a... Mr. Pollard, I can't speak for everybody in this room. I'm gonna speak for me.
Yes, sir.
You know me. A lot of this council knows me. I could pack up and I could leave tomorrow. If I see that this solar farm will come, do I want my property value to go down? No. My generation, Cayman knows, Dustin knows, they all rolling out to Youngsville. They're rolling out to Broussard. They're rolling out everywhere because they have all the amenities that we don't have. My kids play sports. 90% of the sports they play is in Youngsville and Broussard. We don't have it here. To have it here, we can't just bring the companies to come in because they won't make the money because we don't have the rooftops. Rooftops drive it all, right? And I guess people feel that, you know, if their voices aren't being heard, why stay? It's not going to change. So why continue to put in the effort to make Iberia great?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just that the way that they get up and say it, like, I feel threatened.
Right.
If I don't do this, I'm going to Youngville, you know?
I could tell you, Mr. Pollard, I have no desire to go to Youngsville. I get pissy when I get stuck on traffic on Lewis Street, right? I have no desire. I believe in Iberia Parish. We do a lot for Iberia Parish. We want Iberia Parish to grow. I don't want my kids to move to Youngsville, Broussard. I want the best for Iberia Parish. And some people may not get up and speak it. I'll speak for them. You know, we want this ordinance. We want to protect our heritage. We want to protect Iberia Parish.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Brent Richard.
I think Brad actually stole my speech.
Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Yeah. Copy and paste. Brent Richard. I live at 3506 Daspit Road. Thank you for the time this evening to have this conversation. So, like I said, my name is Brent Richard, resident of Iberia Parish, been here all my life. And I'm here tonight to really express my opposition to this project and my full support for the ordinance as it stands with the 1 mile buffer. The ordinance is really a necessary step toward responsible land use planning and protecting the long-term interests of our parish. The proposed solar farm may appear harmless on paper, but in reality, it's an industrial scale facility being placed right in the middle of a growing residential and agricultural community. It brings with it serious health, safety, and environmental concerns, which I know the professor doesn't agree, and we'll address that in a second, that I simply don't have time to fully unpack in 3 minutes. Now, let me be clear. I'm not against renewable energy. I understand the importance of clean power, but this issue is bigger than energy. It's about vision. It's what kind of community we want Iberia Parish to be in 5, 10, or 20 years from now. We are finally seeing real sustainable economic development in this area. We welcomed a biodiesel facility, the first solar manufacturing site, other businesses that are coming in and making investment, and they're exciting investments, but also property placed in industrial areas. They bring long-term jobs and opportunity, and they will bring people. Those people need places to live, homes, schools, grocery stores, services. But instead of planning for that growth, we're considering turning over 1,000 acres plus of prime developable land to a solar farm that offers 0 permanent jobs. Once it's built, they're gone. There's nothing here to sustain any kind of equipment or anything like that. This is not how you build a thriving community. These solar facilities take up massive space, they discourage nearby residential development, and make surrounding land less desirable. Let's be honest, who's gonna move their family into a home next to an industrial solar array? Engineers, nurses, and technicians? They're going to Youngsville, like Mr. Pollard just mentioned, right? This ordinance gives the parish the ability to make smarter choices. It doesn't ban solar, it ensures it's placed responsibly, away from homes, away from growth zones, in a way that supports, not stifles, our future. Let's preserve the integrity of the neighborhoods, let's protect the farmland, and let's plan with a purpose. I urge you to support this ordinance, not because solar is wrong, but because the placement and scale of this project are. Now, I got 48 seconds, so I want to touch on some bullet points. First off, the professor mentioned that the health and the safety of the solar panels, they're safe, they're good to go. He's absolutely right, until they fail, until you have a hailstorm, until you have a tornado, until you have a hurricane, and they're cracked all over the place and they're leaking into the ground. That's when they become not safe and they become an environmental risk. Strong winds in excess of 125 miles an hour will tear these things apart. Texas has seen it, and other places within Florida has seen it. Excuse me. And the setback of 300 foot that he's recommending will not protect a home from having a solar panel impale that house at 125 or 135 miles an hour. Now, I want to touch on recurrence point. They spoke to some residents. 2,600 residents is the count that I got. 1,700 plus another 900 plus. They spoke to them, but how many of them were of the adjacent properties, or how many of them live 5, 10 miles away? Because I live touching the property that is planned for development, and I have yet to have a recurrent person show up at my house to have a discussion. Have yet. My neighbors, they have not. The 2 neighbors on the side of me, they have not. Nobody down Daspit Road has talked to one single recurrent person. I don't know who they're talking to, but they're far away. And then all the parishes mentioned for the setbacks, they mentioned one parish, it was 50 foot. One parish was 100 foot. One parish, 300 foot. Those are all in industrial zones. Yeah, they can be whatever they want. I don't really care about those. I'm worried about next to a residential home. And then the last thing I just want to mention is that same thing Mr. Norris just mentioned. Yes, there are 100 of us that will be directly affected by this. And the reality is the 100 that are going to be directly affected, if it was any one of y'all, you would want to be one of the most important people in the room, right? You would want to make sure that your voice is heard. So yes, it's unfortunate there's 70,000 people here, but you're right. She's right. The 100 people are the one that matters the most. So, and then I just want to finish off by saying that the same benefit, same thing Mr. Norris just mentioned, that we can get more tax revenue through rooftop development than we can through a solar development. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Next we have Stephen Debuse. State your name and address, sir, for the record.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Debuse. I live at 2218 Blue Haven Drive. I want to address the council concerning the proposed solar ordinance that the council will be voting on tonight. Industrial facilities have no place next to residential properties. I have heard the term solar farm and solar farming used to describe this facility. I have even read several quotes from a parish official that this proposed solar facility is a farm, or that this facility will be solar farming. Let's define the word farm and farming. Oxford Dictionary defines farm as an area of land and its buildings used for growing crops and rearing animals. Vocabulary.com defines farming as the act or process of working the ground, planting seeds, and growing edible plants. You can also describe raising animals for milk or meat as farming. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines farming as the practice of agriculture or aquaculture. Nowhere in any of these three definitions do they define or mention solar as a form of farming. Will this facility be growing solar, or will they be raising solar? The answer is no. I Googled what is considered an industrial facility, and this is what examples were given of an industrial facilities. They can include factories, manufacturing plants, warehouses, chemical processing plants, and even power generation plants. This is an industrial facility, not a farm. If we can call this a farm, we can call oil and gas drilling dinosaur energy harvesting or fossil fuel farming. You can put lipstick on a pig, but it is still a pig. Let's call this solar facility what it is. It is an industrial plant, industrial facility, industrial solar power plant. It has no business next to residential properties. At the last council meeting, a representative from the solar company spoke and said that the construction of this facility would bring about 200 temporary jobs. Let's make that clear. Temporary jobs, not permanent jobs. At the public information session that the solar company held, they had a display saying that after construction there would be 2 permanent jobs. Wow, that is a very poor to jobs per acre ratio. Also at this information session, I spoke to one representative from the solar company spoke, and he told me that they would bring about $36 million in property taxes to the parish over 40 years. That comes out to about $925,000 per year. This solar company representative told me that they went to the school board and asked if they could use the money, and they shook their heads yes. I looked at him and said, if I pulled a $100 bill out of my pocket and asked you if you could use it, you would probably say yes too. And he did shake his head and say yes. He could use it. I told the same representative that in the grand scheme of things, this is not a lot of money in comparison to the budgets of parish government, school board, and other government offices that the $925,000 a year pie would be split between. Look, don't get me wrong, $925,000 is a lot of money. I would love to have it. But when each piece of this pie is compared to the budgets of each government office that would receive it, it comes out to be a very small percentage of their budgets. Also, the residents of this area that the industrial facility would be built in, and other residents throughout the parish, are telling the council this is not something they want next to their homes. I looked up the population in a 1 mile radius of this proposed industrial facility, and the population is about 885 people. If you divide $925,000 by 800, $1,085. That comes out to $1,045.20 per person per year. Then divide that by 365 for the days in each year, and that comes out to be $2.86 per person per day. If you vote to allow this project to be built right next to residential properties, you are telling the residents that our quality of life is only worth $2.86 per year. It does not matter if it is 885 people or 1 million people or just one person whose quality of life would be affected by this project. No one's quality of life should be affected, because if this was a MasterCard commercial, they would say this material item costs this and this material item costs that, but quality of life is priceless. You can say the sales tax generated during construction would be a great thing, but it will be a one-time pop. How about this land or other lands in the parish be developed for residential subdivisions, which would generate more property taxes, long-term sales tax revenue, instead of a one-time sales tax pop for this project? I am all for property owners' rights, but not when it comes at the cost of its neighbors. Every time Reliance Energy's representatives come up here and speak, they talk about how us concerned citizens are misinformed. Well, if we are so misinformed, why have they not offered to put together a chartered bus trip to North Louisiana to bring any of the concerned citizens to visit their shining star they have up and running in North Louisiana, and prove to us that misinformed citizens that we are wrong. My dad would tell me that if a man from out of town wearing a nice suit and carrying a briefcase went to the local government, the man would sell the local government on anything, and they would give him the world. But if a local man wearing work clothes with effort on those work clothes went to the same local government, the local man would not be given nothing but grief by the local government. Look, I am not saying that a community can survive solely on local people, but we do need outside economic influence. But it needs to be the right outside economic influence and located in the right places, not next to residential properties. How about this council change and give the local man the world and not the grief? Give the outer towner the grief. I ask you to vote to restrict this solar ordinance so that it does not end up next to any residential properties. That somebody mentioned about the American dream. The American dream is not just about money. It's also about quality of life, living quiet in the country, like we all plan to, who bought property next to this area that wanted to live a quiet life, not expecting to have an industrial facility to end up next to it. They also said that they visited people. One of the Reliant people said they were in my neighborhood. They never knocked on my door, and my wife is home all day long with our children. They talk about safety. Look, we're probably everybody in here is concerned about safety who's against it. We don't know enough about it yet, I'll admit that. And it hasn't went long enough yet to be out there in the public. At one time, they said radium was safe. That was proven wrong. When will are they going to prove this wrong? We don't want to be the guinea pigs to this. If so many people are for it locally, why didn't Reliant get those people up here? They've only got one person so far tonight that has spoken in favor of it, who is a local citizen, not an Recurrent Energy, who is not an out-of-town. Everyone else who has spoken in favor of it is not an out-of-towner. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next we have Millie Zimmer. State your name and address, ma'am.
This is not where I want to be either. Millie Zimmer, 2419 Bayou Bend Road, New Iberia, Louisiana, 70563. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. We bought our home here 40 years ago, totally because it was peaceful, you had scenic views, sugarcane fields, and it was quiet country. And over the years, my kids are grown and they've moved, and I've had multiple chances to move on closer to my children in Broussard, Youngsville, etc. But I stayed in New Iberia because I love New Iberia. I love the people here. I love my quiet neighborhood. Okay. First off, let me be clear. No one in here is against solar or renewable energy. It's placement. The placement of these arrays is what we are objecting to. This proposed industrial scale solar project, quite literally in my backyard, is not what I or my neighbors want for our community. Large scale solar developments, because this area is zoned as agricultural, and that's what we believed it would remain, agricultural. Large scale solar developments are industrial by nature, they're not agricultural. Trying to fit an industrial operation into a rural zoning area is a direct violation of community trust and planning principles. This is not just a local issue, it's a national trend. Companies are buying up rural land under the banner of green energy only to leave behind unusable farmland and damaged ecosystems. The construction involves bulldozing, century-old oak trees, that's criminal. Pile driving, trenching, road building to compact the soil. Ms. Metz, said she had so many people that were for it. I just doubt that those people, those Facebook people, are people that live on the area. The chemical use of pesticides and herbicides reduces the land value and destroys the soil health. It makes later agricultural use infeasible, or unfeasible, whatever. Once this kind of project is built, the land can't simply be returned to farming again. It's permanently altered. Okay? If we place it somewhere else, that doesn't have to be a 1 mile setback. If it's in an industrial area, that's in the ordinance. It says any property zoned industrial as of the date of this ordinance is enacted shall be exempt from this requirement. So you don't have to have a 1 mile setback in another area, just not in our backyard, okay? Up against our houses and our children. Dr. Chambers, said it was safe. I've got some stuff to tell you about that too. Too many to be numerous. Okay, the 300-foot state regulation that they just passed was watered down. It started out as a mile, and they're trying to get all kind of other things in their little cherry picking and pork chop bills, and it got watered down to 300 feet. It was very disappointing for the very good representatives we have up in North Louisiana that were fighting it. Some from the Galleon and the places that these solar people are at already. The legislature is famous for doing stuff like that. Illegal at 1 mile setback? No. Like Mr. Norris said, I think 1 mile it's going to be the parish. We're not setting anything for the state. This is going to be a parish thing. The current oil project setbacks, that's probably the reason that we're here. Maybe somebody doesn't want an oil rig next to their house. If they had had this meeting and these people, maybe they could have had a setback too and not had big oil next door. I don't know. I'm just saying. St. Mary Parish, St. Martin, Vermilion, just listen to what they're doing, what they have said, and we got educated, like across the nation. People have so many opinions on all this that they prey on, and I'm sorry, I'm calling y'all predators, on small villages and small towns with small councils we need the money. The cities need the money. The towns need the money. So it's like, oh, this sounds great. Shiny object over here. St. Mary Parish, that 50-foot setback, people over I worked in St. Mary Parish for 14 years until just recently, and I called some people, they said, what the hell are you talking about? They didn't know anything about it. There's a picture, it's on Facebook, I don't know if there was anything else. It's an 8x10 little sign from the energy people saying, there's a meeting if you want to have anything to say about it. Well, no wonder nobody said anything about it in some of these smaller towns, because there was no good notice, in my opinion. Andre McAnally said that it's been 5 years in the making. Well, good news for her, because we've only found about it in a year, and this has been like a, waterboarding. So I'm glad they had a lot of time to be able to come up with their arguments. Okay, the Bayou Teche might not look pristine to some people, but it's a vital waterway to us. It flows downstream into ecosystems that support shrimp, oysters, fish, wildlife, and some froggers. Runoff from the solar panels carry toxic substances, and residents may like many here who still use water wells, hadn't been brought up, are especially vulnerable to groundwater contamination. Numerous environmental studies strongly advise against placing solar projects near wetlands, streams, or rivers because of the immediate threat to water quality. Even if one of these is correct, the risk is simply too great. We should not gamble with the health of our children, our water, our wildlife. Wildlife disruption is another major concern. Pollinators like bees, butterflies, and birds are deeply affected by habitat loss and raised surface temperatures, thermal hotspots. Insects like mosquito hawks mistake the panels for water and they lay their eggs on them. Okay, I don't want to lose one mosquito hawk. Okay, let's be realistic also about chemical drift. Pesticides and herbicides can travel up to 1,100 feet. 1,100 feet. That a 500-foot setback is not protection, it's a joke. Solar energy requires massive land area for relatively small energy output. It takes 1,600 times more land to generate the same power as a natural gas plant. I'm definitely not arguing big oil here, but that's a huge sacrifice of valuable farmland and food production. Please note, and I've taken numerous pictures, but I forgot to get them developed to make a PowerPoint. There are numerous opportunities for farm and sugarcane land, flat lands, which is what they want because they don't have to invest as much money in them, along highways 90, 182, 92, 347, 86, 31. It goes on. We've got plenty of place to be able to put these things, and somebody was talking about doing levees and just not abutting residential neighborhoods. Multiple studies have shown rural property values can drop between 5 and 25% in some places near industrial solar farms. Granted, this doesn't apply to urban areas, but we're rural. In the rural areas, that's where we bear the cost. And make no mistake, the closer the panels are to a residential property, the greater the impact on the property values. As for recurrence promises of revenues for the parish via school and community theater contribute, I mean, they were throwing everything out at that little science fair. You need money for the play? Okay, whatever. Candy for the kids in school? They get candy at school. Questionable candy given to our school. Or the promise of millions in tax revenue for the schools. If you prorate the numbers, as has been done, the profit is maybe a couple thousand for each school. That's not enough to warrant this. What happens when the project ends, or even before then? Across the country, solar developers go bankrupt, they disappear, federal subsidies are expiring. These developers are leaving behind abandoned panels and toxic waste, along with the cleanup bill, which falls to us, the taxpayers. Okay? Noise is a serious issue. I'm a speech pathologist, and noise is like kind of one of my things. It's one that's often dismissed, though. The inverters used in these systems, as was stated by the science fair, said it can produce noise levels up to 85 decibels. That can cause permanent hearing damage. Granted, when it backs off of there, it's gonna attenuate. Well, add wind, add multiple inverters, topography, and the sounds increase significantly. Add transformers, as she said. Those also add even more noise. Radio frequency EMI can cause interference with nearby electronics. All right, normal conversation is 60 decibels. They use the A weighting. Probably should have used the C weighting. Got to look into that more. Prolonged exposure to 85 causes hearing damage. People have reported 8 to 12,000 hertz inverter noise, causing a high-pitched whine perceptible by the neighbors. This is Ohio, North Louisiana. There's tons of them. These aren't hypothetical numbers, and yet I haven't seen an environmental or OSHA noise survey. What frequencies are these inverters producing? You know, will we get an independent sound analysis by a qualified hearing specialist? Those are questions I have. Fire and safety risks. Solar panels can catch fire, and temperatures exceed 5,000 degrees. We don't even have fire hydrants out in the country. No fire hydrants, okay? Our volunteer fire departments are very dedicated, and thank God for them. But are they equipped or trained to fight these kind of fires or contain the chemical hazards? I kind of doubt it. Some of the hazardous substances in solar panels include cadmium telluride, copper and indium gallium disinolide, lead, hexafluorothane, silica tetrachloride. Not saying it's in every solar panel, but I don't want to. Imagine a hurricane, a hailstorm, or a tornado, and then I don't even want to know what's flying around. Because it's not while they're just sitting there, it what ends up leaching into the soil after. Energy is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Canadian Solar. While the company is now headquartered in Canada, its manufacturing operations are primarily based in China. 2021, the Human Rights Foundation criticized Canadian Solar following reports the company operated in Xinjiang, China, and had ties to Uyghur forced labor camps. Additional ties to forced labor camps were made regarding Canadian Solar and their polysilicon manufacturer. So Canadian Solar has sold the plants to the Chinese banks now. In 2023, the U.S. Department of Commerce ruled that Canadian Solar circumvented tariffs on Chinese-made goods. The CEO of Canadian Solar is Dr. Shao Shua, a.k.a. Sean Ku, and he lives mostly in China. I asked this body, are you willing to guarantee that every risk, noise, chemicals, fire, soil destruction, water pollution, property devaluation has been considered and will be fully addressed? There are numerous places to be able to put all these solar panels or whatever out on highways where there are not homes. And we've looked for decades to make Iberia Parish a better place. But placing an industrial solar project right next to people's homes will only drive families out of New Iberia to places like Youngsville, Broussard, and beyond, including myself. That's not a threat. I don't think anybody should feel threatened by that. It's just a fact, and it's a sad fact. We're clawing, trying to get our kids to come back to New Iberia, and this is not the way to do it. This isn't just about us. These few little 100 people or 700, however many people it is, the residents raising concerns now. The ordinance will affect all of Iberia Parish, Jeanerette, Lauraville, Delcombe, everywhere. This ordinance will affect you, and one day it could be in your backyard. So I respectfully ask you to vote in favor of the proposed ordinance. We can set a precedent. Other parishes can go back and look at this and say, hey, look what Iberia did. Let's be like them. We're going to get it into the industrial area, not next to residences. And that's it.
Thank you. Next we have Hugh Andre.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
State your name and address, sir, for the record.
Hugh Andre, 4304 Daspit Road, New Iberia. I came to talk tonight to the council about the solar farm coming in the area. Let me just say this. Farming is something you wear or something you eat. If you could wear that solar panel or eat it, Bubba, you can farm. That's not a farm. The problem I have with this, it's always about business and money. Okay, it's business and money, plain and simple. I'm privy to the sugar cane because I'm a sugar cane farmer, and I know what it does for the area. It's been here for almost 250 years. I know the amount of revenue we bring back in. 1 acre of sugar cane, I think it has like a little bit over $6,000 of economic impact in the area. I know the jobs we bring. Everything we touch has a sales tax that stays here on the farm and on the mill, okay? That's a big deal. The question is, what are y'all bringing? How are you going to bring money back when it's up and it's done? You don't have any jobs. What are you bringing? We are continuing putting money back into this area. That's the problem that I have with it. It's not on the same playing field as what we have. They don't continually put the money back into our area. Number two, we have ordinances for everything. I grew up on Interlaken. I didn't have 50 feet. I didn't have 300 feet. The whole street. I couldn't put a trailer house next to my mom and daddy's property, and they got over 2 acres of land right there because it wasn't allowed, okay? Because it was going to bring the property value down. I'm not against people doing what they want to do with their property at all. But if you're going to put something that's going to bring the property value down on everybody around you, the question is the assessor going to go out and reassess everybody's property and drop all the property values? Because that's what's going to happen. The next question is, I own a golf course. I got 228 acres. You think if I put a solar farm on the golf course, you think the property value ain't going to drop on all those houses in the neighborhood? Come on, man. There's no way. And that is the big issue that I have. It's bringing the property values down on the people that live in the area, and it's the company coming in, and after they're done, not bringing any money back to the parish. That's a big issue. The next question that I always had was, why do you not buy the land? Why are you leasing it? Why are you leasing it? I've been dealing with solar companies for a while. I can never get a straight answer. I dealt with y'all for NextEra for 3 years on some property in Lafayette. There's never a straight answer. Never. The reason you're leasing it is the reason we lease a tractor. When we done with it, we give it back to John Deere. Period. When you're done with whatever you got to collect, you gone. You can, it's just like an oil company. Somebody goes bankrupt for $25 million, guess who's stuck? The people they owe. And they walk away and they can go right down the road and start over again under a different name, under a different LLC, under whatever they want to do. That's the game that's being played, because if they wanted to invest in this area, they'd be buying the land. I was approached by NextEra to buy some land that we had on 347. I told the guy, I said, why don't you just, he gave me a price on what we were going to get from 347 to 680. I said, why don't you just buy the land? $10,000 an acre. I said, I'm going to make you a better deal. He said, we're not interested in buying land. I said, you can go. If you're not interested in buying the land at what I just offered you for, and you're going to give me almost double that in leasing it, and then you're going to leave, well, that's the craziest thing I ever heard. You're not forming for sure, because we'd have bought that in a second. You know what I mean? If you can buy the land and in 10 years pay for it and put the rest of it in your pocket, you're not gonna buy it? Come on. That's the there's no foundation of them. That's the problem I have. That's the problem I have. I know what the foundation of the industry that's been here. I know we've been here for a long time in the sugar industry, and I know what it's carried. You know, when the oil and gas goes down, the sugar industry has carried this area for a very long time. I know y'all not gonna carry this area like that. Not even close. And I'm not trying to be privy to sugarcane or anything like that. It's a business standpoint. That's where I'm at. I don't see what you're bringing to the table. If you could tell me what you bring to the table, and you can compare with this, what our industry does, with the one of the biggest industries in the state. We bring $3 billion back to the state every year. The sugar industry, and y'all coming on our property because all the work's done. Y'all come on the cane land because all of it's draining, and go get some woods and go clear it, and see if you're gonna give the landowners all that money. You're not. Pay the sales taxes we pay on everything we do. Get in the same game. Play the same game we playing. Pay the taxes and everything, and all the stuff we buy with the sugar mills, and the fuel that we pay, the on-road taxes, the tires, the batteries, everything we do. Put the $3 billion back into the state, like we put it back into the state. Then you can come and say, yeah, we can go back and forth with this industry. But y'all not. Y'all bring nothing to the table. If you could tell me what you bring to the table, then I could understand. But there's nothing there. You understand? That's my beef with it. If they could show what they bring to the table and continuously like we've done, it'd be fine. But there's the property values for the residents that are around there. There's not a doubt it will go down. So not only we're gonna lose with the revenue that's coming from our industry, we're gonna lose on the property values going down, and people are gonna leave. Plain and simple. So that's my take on it. But I've heard all those guys got up here, and it's the same speech every time I listen to it. They come there to give us a speech, oh, it's safe, it's this. They have never once come there and say, this is what we're going to do to put back in this area. This is the money we bring in. This is how we're going to benefit y'all. This is what, there's nothing. And that's the problem. That's the problem. You know, the other thing, like all the government buildings, why they don't take the caterpillars off the side and put some solar panels on the top of the government building? You think that's going to happen? No. Not gonna happen. If it would change something or bring something back, and it would bring value to our area, I get it. But it's not bringing anything. We're losing. You lose all the way around. That's my take on it. Thank y'all.
Next we have Denise Broussard. Name and address, ma'am.
My name is Denise Broussard, 806 Interlaken Drive, New Iberia, Louisiana. Thank you for your consideration and allowing us all to speak tonight. As I stated at the last council meeting, I am opposed to the placement of industrial solar projects anywhere in Iberia Parish. But tonight, I understand you're voting on something much more specific. An ordinance that, among other things, would require solar projects to be placed at least 1 mile away from residential property lines, places of worship, and other occupied structures. I strongly support this ordinance. Keeping solar farms at a distance not only protects our neighborhoods from solar waste and flying debris during storms, but the benefits go far beyond that. First, the ordinance helps protect our property values. Most people don't want to buy a home next to an industrial solar project. These developments change the character of a neighborhood, especially in rural areas, and in some cases, they can reduce our property values. The ordinance minimizes the visual and environmental impact. These projects take up hundreds of acres, replacing natural landscapes with metal and glass. They remove vegetation, disturb wildlife habitats, and can affect water drainage and increase flooding risks for nearby homes. For me, personally, I bought my house on Interlaken 4 years ago, and it's a fixer-upper. It was pretty bad when I bought it, and I've invested over $200,000 in it so far, besides what I paid for it. And for me, it was a dream come true. Like, I lived in this city all my life, and this house is close to town, but it had a rural kind of atmosphere and environment, and it's on the bayou. And when I look out, I'm looking at the Lilla Farm and then Troy Road. So I don't have houses that I look at, which for me was important. Just my dad grew up by Lake Dotrieve, and he had a farm, and that's what he had. And so it kind of made me feel like my dad would be so proud of me to have this house on the bayou. And we do a lot of boating up and down the bayou. We bought kayaks. We love where we live. And to think that without this ordinance, I would look out and see solar panels now, that if a storm came or a tornado, and we know they're going to come because they do come to our area often, those panels could break and leak into the bayou and ruin what we have. It's disheartening. It really is. And Mr. Pollard, I was the one, I'm sorry, is that your name? Yes. I was the one last meeting that said people would move from here and go to Youngsville or Broussard. And what I meant by that was we have many new companies come into the area that are creating jobs. And as Brad said, we need rooftops. We need, I can count right now between First Solar, Cajun Industries, Delta Biofuels, my company AVEX. You're looking at probably 1,500 rooftops just right there. We don't have room in the city to build that kind of development, but we do have room on the outskirts, not towards Highway 90. They're going to have to go somewhere. So towards Laurelville, towards Generette, all that land can be developed for rooftops. That would bring economic growth to the area for many, many, many years. And that's why, for me, it's important that we focus on this type of economic growth versus solar industry. And I just want to touch on a few things that was said earlier. The first gentleman talked about the phone survey that he did, and the other people have mentioned it too. I did get a call. I was out of the country, but I knew because someone had put the number, texted me the number and said, make sure you answer this call. So I knew normally I don't answer phone calls, but I answered it. And they asked me a few questions, but as soon as I said I'm against solar farm and I started to talk some more, they hung up on me. And I got that comment from other people that did get the call. When they heard that, they hung up. So are they counting that call as an opposition, or do they disregard that? The other thing about the debris that the solar panels could bring if we had a storm. We know what happened with the tornado with IMC in the windows. There was debris across the bayou for miles that didn't get cleaned up. So if that solar farm or project is across from me on the bayou and a tornado hits, it's going to come in my yard. Who's going to clean that up? I mean, it's for everyone on Interlaken. It would be a disaster. And I would think the same thing for those that are on Lucerne for the other property that they're backed up to. It would be a real disaster. And while none of you live in that area, it's not as important to you. It is important to us. And lastly, and I don't know how to say this nicely. I'm not known for saying things nice, but I really felt bullied by the attorneys that were up here earlier, basically threatening you because the ordinance that you wrote or your attorneys wrote were a violation of the law. And if you didn't feel bullied, I don't know what to say, but they are bullying y'all. They are basically threatening you. And yes, they're going to take you to court if we pass this ordinance. But we're stronger than that. We are stronger. How dare these lawyers from not our area, from North Louisiana or wherever state they're from, come in here and tell us how to live in our community. Y'all, we can't let that happen. We're better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Erica Louvier Ford. Name and address, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Erica Louvier Ford, and I live at 4110 Daspit Road, New Iberia, Louisiana, 70563. I just wanted to stand and tell you that I'm up. Please just do this ordinance with the 1 mile setback for residential property. I bought my property back in 2020, had no clue this was in even being talked about. But after going to town hall, I find out this all started in 2019. Why did we just find out about this a year ago? Why the secrecy? Recurrent said that they did the town hall and they're trying to do like the public knowledge thing and all that. Where have they been for the past 4.5, 5 years? Why did they just show up 3-4 weeks ago? That's my biggest thing is where's the trust? Somebody brought about trust. Where's the trust? And that's my biggest problem is this was all, it felt like it was all underhandedly almost shoved in our face and we just had to accept it. And that's where I'm upset. I'm not upset with the council. I'm upset with the way this process has taken forth. You said you had, somebody said something about time. We put the moratorium in a year ago, and we just spent the last 6 weeks addressing it? Yo, I taught school. I had to have my stuff ready for the whole year before the school year started. Y'all gave yourselves a year. Recurrent had a year to start talking to the public. And 6 weeks before the moratorium's up, that's when people started doing something? I don't understand. And that's my biggest upset about all of this. And I think a lot of us are upset because we touched the property. My property line is there. And we knew nothing. It's just because somebody was nosy and asked people what they were doing. That's how the public got informed. And that is just, it just leaves us unsettled. And then I don't know who did the survey, but when they surveyed the property, I had the survey stakes at least 6 feet from my edge of the parish ditch on that neighboring property. I don't think the parish put that ditch in the wrong place 50-something years ago. So how are now the property line needs to be 6 feet deeper in than I was told it was when I purchased the property. So it's just, there's a lot of uncertainty and unknown behind everything that makes everybody uncomfortable, especially myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jean Babin. State your name and address, ma'am.
My name is Jean Babin, 3702 Daspit Road, 70563. A lot of these people have already spoken about some of my concerns with this. One of my major concerns is where I live, there's a headland, there's a ditch that goes all the way to the back, and at some point behind the Trape estate property, it goes underneath in the lake and in Lucerne and goes into the Bayou Teche. Well, that headland road, I know that is probably gonna, if this goes through, it's gonna be one of the main thoroughfares for all the equipment and everything else that is going to get back there. And I'm gonna have to deal with all of the, when the farmers farm, you put up with the dust. But I will have to be putting up with all kind of traffic, noise, the dust, all these equipment coming in and out at all hours of the day. I don't like it. I don't like this going in the back of my property. Another thing, I put on that little thing, look, I'm not an educated person. I'm an average 75-year-old woman. My husband and I and my husband physically, with these two hands, built our home on that property. I have a vested interest in that property. And whatever happens, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to die on that property. I have pride in my property. And I'm not liking what I'm hearing. How I found out about this was a year ago when one of my neighbors put up this little sign. Couldn't read the sign from the road when I would pass back and forth. I had the opportunity months later when I ran into him to ask him what that was. And he explained to me what was going on. Before that, I had no knowledge, none whatsoever, as to any of this. Now, I have a recommendation. You know, this parish, the parish owns a lot of property on its own, right? Between St. Martinville and Iberia Parish, how many miles of levee road do they have? Why can't these panels be put all along the levee road, mile to mile? Get with St. Martin Parish, and you know, it could be a win-win for everybody, but not interfere with people's personal property and their lives. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next we have Lisa Corville. Name and address, ma'am, for the record.
Hi, my name is Lisa Corville. My address is 1208 Troy Road. I'm here again on behalf of myself, my husband, and many other residents regarding the proposed solar ordinance. We pray that you take into consideration what you have read and heard in our many emails, phone calls, and in these meetings. You are elected officials voted in by the people of this parish. Respectfully, we ask that you represent the majority, honor your positions to protect us, and vote to keep the minimum 1 mile setback in the amended proposals. Thank you.
Virginia Judice. Name and address for the record, ma'am.
Hi, Virginia Judice, 2102 Drake Elm Boulevard. I'm here. First of all, I want to clear up something because at the last meeting, evidently, all the council members were maybe misinformed. Neither my husband or I ever said that these two solar projects would shut down the mill. That is not the case. However, if these fields were allowed with very few restrictions, we could see more and more cane fields being leased for solar projects. Over that time, this could lead to the mill being forced to shut down. So we did not say that the mill would shut down with these two projects starting. Just a couple facts. I know that there was, our Recurrent put out a flyer, and there was one thing that it was something about, I don't remember what they would bring, but it said something about 100,000 from current land use. Just a couple facts. Every 28 acres of sugarcane supports one job. 1,000 acres of harvested cane supports approximately 35 direct and indirect jobs. Direct jobs are those directly tied to sugarcane farming and production, which is the farmers, the field workers, the mill employees, the truck drivers, and hauling cane. The indirect jobs are those that exist because of the sugarcane industry, but aren't directly on the farm or in the mill. These include equipment suppliers, fuel providers, mechanics, local businesses, and even restaurants and stores that benefit from the spending of these direct employees. I know my husband's farm, we do a lot of business with a lot of grocery stores for the food for our guys, so we do spend a good bit of money locally with our local groceries. Each acre of sugarcane contributes an estimated $6,300 in annual economic impact, and Louisiana sugarcane industry provides an estimated annual economic impact of $3 billion, which Hugh told y'all earlier. Also, I want to point out, just for my parents who live right next door to the proposed solar field on Troy Road, they're on a water well. Do y'all know how deep you have to go to get the water? 50 feet. That's it. Do we have any safeguards that are in place to ensure that the construction, runoff, or chemical leaching from solar projects won't contaminate or jeopardize their water sources? And that's it.
Thank you. Next we have Rhonda Abear. Is that Rhonda Abear?
Yes.
Name and address, ma'am?
Rhonda Abear, 2602 Migesh Road, New Iberia, Louisiana. My concern is these solar farms, are they going to start spreading out to other areas in the parish? No one on our end knows anything about it. Also, where they're proposing to put them, I have grandchildren that live on Troy Road, and it's basically next door to your house. And my concern is, what are the, emergency response plans in place in the event something happens? I know we have to have things like grease and hydraulic oil and all that, but I also know where the fire departments and the EMS people are in the event something does happen. It's going to take a while to get there, depending on the situation. Also, safety data sheets, are they going to be readily available to anyone who asks for them for anything that's being used with these solar farms? Nobody knows that answer. Signs, placards. And when I mean placards, I'm talking about fire hazards, explosive hazards, DOT placards, basically. I've worked in the oil field. I've also worked in EMS as a paramedic. Between the two, I retired as a 32-year paramedic, and I've responded to these situations. Train derailment in units back in 2000's a good one. It took years, okay, to remove the soil for contamination. And that is my fear if something happens. With the weather we've had, my daughter's house on Troy Road was hit by a tornado back in 2019. Thank God it didn't hit the house, it hit her husband's, building. But still, what would happen if these panels were damaged in a large scale? And are you guys, gonna make everything readily available to the public, should they ask? What kind of chemicals you're using? Do you have a safety data sheet for it? How's it going to affect people? And what I'm wondering is, you have a lot of areas in Iberia Parish where there's no residential areas that you could potentially put these solar farms. Sugar Arena and the RV park, okay? If you drive down there, plenty of empty land. What's it not to talk to the people that own that land or lease that land? It's just, I'm afraid once it starts, it's going to continue to go out further and further. And that's something I definitely wouldn't want in my area, but I don't want it near my grandchildren either. And that's my biggest concern. You also mentioned the Industrial Development Board. If, I would gladly volunteer for it. I do have Hazmat 126 as a trainer. I'm also a HAZWOPER trainer, all the way up from your basic 8-hour to incident commander. I'm also went through Hell Week at Delgado College to be able to teach the 8-hour basic fire course. I've taught incipient fire. I'm an OSHA instructor, 10 and 30 hour for the construction industry, general industry, and maritime. So these are my concerns. It's not so much solar panels, it's what happens, okay, when there's an emergency. And people shouldn't have to wait, but unfortunately, in these situations, in these locations, they will have to wait. And for me, time is of the essence. And I just, look at the bigger picture. We've got plenty of areas outside of the proposed areas that we can, establish these forms. I just don't want it near my grandchildren because, yes, I'm one of those evil grandmothers. You hurt my grandchild, I'm coming for you. Okay? So just letting you know ahead of time. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Sorrell. Stephen Sorrell. Name and address, sir.
Stephen Sorrell, 1303 Sampson Road, New Iberia. I'm coming up to talk on behalf of, to kind of let the council know, I've been in the utility industry for 20 years. And my question and concern is how this solar farm is going to affect me and my bill and the reliability of electricity that I get. Who's buying the power? Somebody's got to buy this power. And what happens when this power is not available to be bought? Power is bought and sold on a daily basis. You pre-buy power the day before or 2 days before, according to the conditions and the load that was presented last year. You pre-buy this power, assuming this is what you need, on other entities feeding into the system. When that power is no longer there, You're going into the reserve standby pool. That reserve standby pool now, you're paying premium top dollar. So when these solar panels cannot produce the power that's needed, the effects of that is getting passed on to me. And I'm not happy with that. So if it affects my bill and the way I live, now I have less money to buy at the grocery store. I have less money to buy to go out to eat or to enjoy things with my family. The footprint on a solar farm is up to 10 acres per 1 megawatt. You need between 7 and 10 acres to produce 1 megawatt. How many megawatts are we talking about? How many megawatts does Iberia Parish need to make their customers of CLECO's bill sustainable? For them to see the benefits. We got to remember one thing. It's all about reliability. When we produce power, it's on how reliable is that power before they even buy it. Can you get it to me when I need it? Because when you can't get it to me, I got to go get it. It's the same thing that happened in Texas during the freeze. Same thing that happened in the last freeze before. I've seen prices of electricity that we pull up on a grid system that had pound signs. That meant the price was infinity. Guess who passes that cost on? To you, the consumer. Remember that. I don't know about y'all, but we paid probably $1 million for a contract to cut Highway 90. They do a pretty bad job. Put the solar panels out there. Let's benefit from it. I mean, when you're going to take a 15-foot bush hog and you're going to run it at 20 miles an hour and just twist the grass around, I can go do that for $1 million. You got plenty of property between the on and off ramps of the overpasses. Why don't we utilize that instead of utilizing good farmland? But my question and concern is, does it affect me? How is it going to affect me as a customer? And am I going to get benefits from it? Right now, in the utility world, there's not a lot of benefits in solar because every utility would be jumping on it. Just remember that. We got to build a brand new plant. And I feel we have a reliable, renewable resource that nobody has tapped into. And I've been saying it, the bagasse of sugarcane. We've had to shut down a coal plant or in the process when you could go into a joint venture with other utilities, sell them the bagasse, supplement the fuel because it does not have the heat rate. And the Iberia Parish would benefit from the reduced electric rates and the reliability to get the power to us when we need it and when we want it. Just think about that, Council, before you vote. Thank you.
Next we have Jeff Savoy. Name and address for the record, sir.
Jeff Savoy, 1815 Ben Hogan Drive. I don't have a prepared statement. I was actually going to yield my time to someone else, but they don't need it. Pass the ordinance as is amended. Once they build this thing, we can't unring the bell. It's there. You know, we can always go back and amend what y'all passed today, but you can't take it out once they build it. The guy mentioned about needing more time. Maybe he should have started his community service 5 years ago. You know, so, thank y'all.
Next we have Steve Tebow. Get your name and address, sir.
It's Steve Tebow at 302 Dumas Judice Road, New Iberia. The thing, I'm sure that after listening to everyone talk, that you're well aware about the property values going down. Someone said between 5 and 25%. The more expensive the house, naturally the value is going to drop the most, because who wants to buy a $500,000 house, you know, in the middle of a solar farm, which is the reason for the drop, you know, from the property value. The thing is, once y'all allow the solar farm to continue to start, I believe you could tell from everyone here that the disappointment will be so great. I believe the lawsuits will start. And do you want that? Class action lawsuits can start. Loss of property value is a real loss, and no one wants to see that. Talking about the groundwater, which I'm fairly expert on, I've been doing that type of work for the last 52 years. Just sold my business. But some chemicals you cannot get out of the water. If it leaches into the soil, it's going to end up in the bayou. Who's south of that bayou is New Iberia City. Bayou Teche Waterworks is to the north. They won't be affected. South of it, you're going to have New Iberia with different chemicals in it. And I could tell you, as an expert, they don't make equipment to take out some things. You saw this at Cow Island in Vermilion Parish, where farmers used to dip their cattle in arsenic to kill the fleas. Well, it was a long time ago, but what happens when arsenic's in your groundwater, you cannot get it out by filtration. You cannot get it out by adding chemicals to the water. So that's a concern. But I just wanted to say that the property value loss is going to be felt, especially, in my opinion, by me, for one. I've got 3 people that I've sold land, 2 people that I've sold land to just recently that are fixing to build a house. They, and I have more land to sell. But is it going to be worth nearly what it should bring? You know, this is going to be quite bad. I believe that people will stop building in our area because of this solar farm, and what will happen there is the population will disappear. The houses will go down. People won't spend the money on repairing them because it's not worth it. Common sense tells me that this solar farm should not exist anywhere near this property. Thank you.
Next we have Donna Morrell. Okay. Next we have Kathy DeGroat. Name and address, ma'am.
Catherine DeGroat, 307 Lucerne Drive, New Iberia, Louisiana. Could y'all please pull up, I had requested that the clerk put up the map site that was actually, I think is the recurrent map site. If y'all can pick, there it is. There we go. There we are. Okay. Do y'all see? It's a little messy because the little lime green squiggly line, that's my house. I'm sorry that Miss Metz, yes, there we go. Miss Metz left because I would love to know where her property is. I know she said 2300 Daspit Road. Does anybody, it's going to be where the time remaining thing is. Just to show you the difference, I believe, and if I'm wrong, I know she's not here. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I believe hers is at least 1,250 feet from where the solar panels start. Look where mine is. And that's, if I could have gotten my finger closer, it would be closer to that. I was just trying to draw that on my phone. Anyway, the red highlighted line that you see to the left is a coulee that runs through that property. And you can see follow that down. I did another red squiggly. That's the Bayou Teche. So just keep that in mind when y'all are thinking about the sediment, the silt, the chemicals that would go into that coulee. Make no mistake, it would, and then it would go right into the Bayou Teche that y'all just cleaned. How much did that cost, y'all? Then it would be in the waterways. It would also be in all of our backyards. But I just wanted to point out my backyard in regards to somebody else that would be over 1,000 feet. Like I said, if I'm wrong, I apologize. Also, Dr. Chambers, I did read the letter that you wrote to the parish council last year. I took issue with a few things because I did my own research. I think some people would like to think we live in a bubble here in New Iberia and we can't do our own research and we can't reach out to other states and we can't learn from their mistakes, and they reach out back to help us because they don't want to see it happening here. 3 issues off the top of my head that I remember. In your paper you said hail would not damage it. All you have to do is Google hail damage, hailstorm that you see, like they said, Texas, Florida, different things like that. Another thing you mentioned that they would not be damaged by hurricanes. What about Puerto Rico? What about the twisters that come off of the hurricanes? That would damage it. And the third thing I took issue with was your study of property values not going down. I remember you cited from 2 other states. Well, we have here a study, and you said it wouldn't go down or it would be very small. We have here a 2023 study from Louisiana LSU Center for Energy Studies stated a potential 7.7 reduction in property values. So I'm going to go with that one. Now let me start up because I think I was just going off of what has been said before. Okay, thank you for your proposed solar ordinance. This is to the board. It proves that you have been listening to the overwhelming majority of your constituents, the voters who actually live here, raise their families here, pay taxes here, and most importantly, will be affected by how well you protect us in regards to any new technologies and innovations. Thank you for putting our needs and concerns over those that don't live here and never will. They'll pocket the money, return to their states or other countries, and leave us to deal with the consequences. Clearly, you've realized this, and I applaud your proposed creation of an industrial development board. I know they took issue with that, but what's wrong with it? That's what we need. We've done hundreds. If I'm telling you I did 200 hours of research, I'm cheating myself. I've passed on a lot of that to y'all, but sifting through that. I know a lot of my neighbors have done the same thing. Y'all need an industrial development board. They can do the research. They can decide. It won't be biased one way or the other. But they'll find what we found. Like I said, we don't exist in a bubble, and we found it. I know that that they'd be able to do their own research, and they can decide what's right for the parish. Well, how can that be wrong? How can anybody object to that? Thank you for sticking with the 1 mile setback from any residential property because of all the many reasons everybody else has stated, plus the fire hazards. I applaud your fire protection and emergency response plan. It is of vital importance because it's crucial that the fire chief be consulted on the plan as well as the training regimen. And we do need a plan. They vary throughout the United States. I've seen in one place where if you live within the first mile, you have to evacuate. You have to evacuate till the air is tested. It could be 3 days or longer. 2 to 3 miles, shelter in place, the same amount of time. What's that? I mean, do we have a plan? And why should we have to pay to train the firemen here? That shouldn't come out of the parish's pocket. And if they tell you fire is not a hazard, well, Fire Trace International recently reported the solar industry is potentially underestimating the risk of fire at solar farms and that fires at solar farms are underreported. To be clear, they stated, fire risk is present in all utility scale, high voltage and renewable energy, solar farm to battery storage systems. Fire risk cannot be totally engineered out. with the growth of renewable energy, the number of fire occurrences will increase. One study found that in half of 430 cases of fire in PV systems, the PV system was considered the cause or probable cause. Another study by BRE National Solar Center found that more than a quarter of fires involving solar power systems were caused by the PV panels and caused serious fires that were difficult to extinguish and spread beyond the area of origin. Another reason we need that mile. Under your provisions for permit review, the drainage plan must follow the latest development drainage requirements of the parish, including the use of retention ponds. Again, I refer back to the coulee that runs through that, plus all of the surrounding property. During the excavation process, that would be a mess for all of it. I mean, we've seen people across the country, their yards, basements, homes were flooded, all with that stuff. My research shows that the EPA reported multiple settlements to resolve Clean Water Act violations. They wouldn't be paying these millions of dollars if things weren't being violated. Solar projects violate construction permits, mismanage stormwater controls, causing harmful buildup in sediment and waterways. Add to that the toxic chemicals that are leaching into the waterways, and you can figure it out. I was going to go into all the different chemicals, but to save time, I won't. But they are in there. And I also want to thank you for stating that the companies be from the United States and the equipment must be built in the United States. I read an article recently that Chinese kill switches were found hidden in U.S. solar farms. Yep, Chinese kill switches that could allow Beijing to cripple power grids and trigger blackouts across the West have been found in equipment at U.S. solar farms. The rogue devices, including cellular radios, were discovered in Chinese-made power inverters that are used to connect solar panels and wind turbines to electricity grids across the world. The hidden communications equipment could be deployed remotely to switch off inverters with potentially catastrophic results. The discovery reported will heighten concerns that China has installed covert malware in critical energy infrastructure. So again, I applaud you that you are insisting that things be made in the United States. And I just want to follow up because I know people are saying, well, you know, private property rights and all of that. And yeah, I agree. But I know my rights too. And I know that the rights of, you know, landowners, but I would say that I've heard it put this way. You have the right to extend your fist, but it stops at your neighbor's nose. How does this apply? I mean, we all have our rights, but the principle behind zoning is to protect everybody in the community. The property owner's rights, they are legally allowed to do with their property as long as their actions have no material adverse impact on their neighbors or the rest of the community. I just want you to keep that in mind. And again, I applaud you for listening to us, the overwhelming majority. And it's so evident in this ordinance. Just continue, stand strong, and have the guts to pass this ordinance. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Jace Walker or Janet Walker. Jace Walker. Name and address for the record.
Hey there, Jace Walker. I'm with Recurrent Energy, 98 San Jacinto Boulevard, Austin, Texas, 78701. Want to thank the council members for the time. Much appreciated. Thank you for everyone for making your comments. Enjoyed listening to them. And, I had some other thoughts prepared, but I thought I might just address some of the comments and questions that have come up tonight, because I think actually, we've been asking for time, right? That was one of our messages from earlier on. And all these comments and questions, I would say the vast majority of them have an answer. Some of them already have a response from the solar industry, either with technical solutions or components of ordinances that we commonly see implemented. So I wanted to just address some of those that we've seen throughout the industry and maybe some other questions and comments that have come up. So recycling, very important, right? There's a lot of panels that have been deployed throughout the United States and even globally, right? And so now there are recycling facilities that are being implemented. There's kind of a lag, right? Because this industry, although it's sort of a couple of decades old now, it's still newer, and a lot of these projects are not yet decommissioned. So the panels haven't really rolled off of these facilities yet to be recycled, but they are starting to. So a few names would be Solar Cycle, Eco Recycle, and then this one I don't love, but We Recycle Solar was the best company name that they could come up with. But those are a couple recycling facilities, and they generally are around the southern U.S., so Texas, Arizona, Georgia primarily. And I'd be happy to look into that further, discuss that item further. Land purchase was a big one that's been harped on. We purchase land all the time. We're very happy to purchase land for projects. Typically, landowners want to retain the property for their families, right? Because all the time now, we're required to decommission our projects. So we build them, and then usually we operate PV projects for about 40 years, and then usually the local parish or county ordinance and or the state rules require us to decommission them. And what that says is you need to pull out all of the equipment, both above and a lot of the times below ground as well, and then you need to restore the property to its prior condition so that it can be used for the prior purpose. And a lot of the times that's agricultural or silviculture, timber farming, cattle pasture, that sort of thing. So a lot of the times we're required to restore the property. But anyway, all that being said, landowners typically want to keep the land in their families, right? Because one day the project is going to be decommissioned, it'll be no longer, and they still want the land. So that is why sometimes, maybe a majority of the time, we're leasing the property, but a lot of the time as well, we purchase property. In fact, some other names that I would flag would be, and these are companies that specifically buy property underneath renewables projects. Solar REIT, and REIT is a real estate investment trust, so they're specifically investing in real estate. Solar REIT, Hannon Armstrong, Aplamato. Silicon Ranch is actually a solar company that owns 50,000 acres across the U.S. They also do a lot of agrivoltaics, so sheep grazing on their projects as well, which is kind of neat. One question that was asked a lot was, what do we do, if agricultural revenues and tax and whatnot are displaced, what is it that we bring on a repeat basis? So for the 40 years of the project being in service, let's say this project would be about $150 million in capital investment, right? Every single year, the parish can tax that, just like you get taxed on if you own a home that's a $200,000 home. There's a millage rate that's associated with that, and then you have to pay property taxes every year. That's the exact same thing that happens for these projects, is that capital investment gets taxed, and we owe a property tax bill every single year. And so when we've talked about that $37 million figure, that's taking all of those tax revenues over the 40 years and adding those up. Also, one comment, which is fair, is, how come we're just hearing about this now? How come you didn't come to us sooner? We were under moratorium. The moratorium specifically said. Okay, I could be wrong. This is my recollection, so forgive me if I'm mistaken. My understanding was that the moratorium specifically said we're not allowed to develop solar projects, and so of course we didn't want to go in the face of the parish council and continue to develop the project against their wishes. That was my understanding and why we weren't, out in public doing a ton of development. Manufacturing. So yeah, a lot of solar panel manufacturing historically has happened in China and other Asian countries. As we know from where we get our clothes, where Walmart sources a lot of their stuff, it's very cheap to manufacture stuff overseas there. But an interesting thing with the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed is that requires a lot of the solar and battery manufacturing to be onshored domestically in the U.S. So Canadian Solar, our parent company, has a manufacturing facility in Jeffersonville, Indiana, where we manufacture solar cells. And then those silicon cells get shipped down to Mesquite, Texas, where they get assembled into solar panels. And then we also have a battery energy storage manufacturing facility in Shelbyville, Kentucky. So Canadian Solar and Recurrent is manufacturing domestically. There have been some interesting comments about, emergency response plans, fire safety, those types of things. Those are pretty critical components, I would say, of a solar ordinance and, a permit that's issued in accordance with that. So pretty much always we have to have a fire safety plan, and we have to commit to training the local fire departments. And then fire safety / emergency response plan. I might put that in the same bucket. That's a pretty standard requirement that we're more than happy to adhere to. And then, decommissioning, I'll just harp on again. That's a very standard parameter that we have to adhere to. So we have to commit to, if at any point, like the project becomes non-operational, either at the end of it or, let's say the project goes bankrupt and ceases operations. If it, say, goes for a year without operating, then we have to disassemble the thing. And what typically happens is a bond is put in place at the start of the project. So let's say it's $10 million that's put aside in the name of the parish, so that if something transpires and the project ceases operation, that money can be used to decommissioning the project if we don't do it responsibly for whatever reason. And I realize I'm probably going long here, but hopefully this is helpful. If you want me to stop, let me know. I think I only have a few more. That decommissioning bond also typically gets adjusted about every 5 years. So obviously inflation happened recently, so $10 million maybe 20 years from now wouldn't cover the decommissioning costs. That gets reassessed every 5 years. So if it needed to go to 15 and then 20 and so on, that's what happens. Wind speeds have been mentioned, which is fair. I haven't confirmed this, but I think our design is built to somewhere around 134 mile an hour wind speeds. So that means thicker glass on the modules sometimes. Sometimes it means smaller modules that obviously aren't going to get impacted by the wind as much. It means deeper piles into the ground to anchor them more. It means beefier steel, more nuts, more bolts, that type of thing, but we engineer to the wind speed of the area that we're working in. And then it's kind of simple, but it's kind of interesting to me. So these projects are on trackers, right? So when the sun, I don't know where east is, but let's say it's over there. When the sun rises in the morning, the panels and the trackers face east. And then as the sun kind of travels throughout the day, they go and track the sun, right, to produce the most energy possible in any given moment. If, let's say, we're right here in the morning and a big windstorm is coming through, someone on a computer that's managing the facility, either remotely or in person there at the operations and maintenance building, can hit the wind stow function, and then the panels just go flat, so that ideally the wind doesn't cause a problem because the panels are already flattened out. The same is true of hail. So if there's a hailstorm coming through, and let's say it's noon when the panels are trying to capture the sun directly above, if you hit the hail stow button, then they go vertical so that the hail misses the panels as much as possible. Of course, there are old projects out there, right? Let's say 10 years ago, that technology wasn't there, so you even have projects that don't track, they just face kind of directly south, and then if a hailstorm comes through, they can't do anything, they get hit. That has happened for sure, but the idea now is that you've got panels on these trackers, and if needed, they can react as much as possible to the weather at hand. I did want to mention, there was mention of reliability of the electrical grid. So our Acadiana project has done an interconnection study with MISO, which is the Mid-Continental Independent System Operator. Basically, they operate the grid in this area. And that MISO entity has said that this project needs to fund $20 million in network upgrades. So that's just basically beefing up the electrical system. It might be breakers or switches or relays or reconductoring electrical lines to make them have more capacity, but all that makes the grid more reliable. So not only does it allow our proposed facility to inject power onto the grid, but it would also make the nearby area more resilient. And there have been some pretty significant events on April 26th and most recently on May 25th. There have been some pretty major load shed events where the most recent one, a nuclear reactor went down at midday, and a massive load shed event happened in the state. Typically you're going to have load shed events when the electrical load is at its peak. And here in the southern area, that's going to most likely be midday when, the HVAC is causing, HVAC throughout the state is kind of causing the electrical peak in demand. That coincidentally is also when solar is performing at its most efficient. So there's an argument to say that, solar helps contribute to serving that peak load requirement. I think that's most of it. I will say, there's pretty standard components of ordinances and permit applications, and forgive me, this might be in the draft and I'm misremembering, but for things like the stormwater and the drainage that was mentioned, we have to coordinate with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and make sure that we're not emitting any waters that we shouldn't from the site into the drainage dishes or into the bayou. We take very seriously the water that gets discharged from the site, and actually the first thing we do when we're starting construction is install silt fences to ensure that no major sediment leaves the site. And then, this is just funny to me, but ChatGPT was mentioned a couple of times. So there's forecasted to be major electrical demand growth, and it's the majority fueled by AI data centers, right? So these data centers are coming online and have a huge need for electricity. And you really can't kind of get enough electricity at the moment, whether it's solar, natural gas, nukes, all kinds of stuff. There is an argument to be made that, if Iberia Parish is interested in hosting solar facilities like these, that oftentimes are contracted with firms like Google, Microsoft, Meta, et cetera, then you're more likely to have a data center locate its operations here in Iberia Parish and then kind of have that knock-on effect of job creation. So, yeah, these solar facilities are pretty low maintenance once they're operational. They don't require a ton of full-time employees, but there is that kind of knock-on effect to consider where if you have more renewable energy, you have more kind of tech firms involved in those projects, more willingness to site data centers at those locations, more jobs associated with all of that, and it's kind of potentially a snowball effect. So I thought I might mention that. And I'll conclude there. Thank you very much.
Wait, hold on.
Sorry.
Mr. Ralston has.
Can I just get a sip of water? I'm parched after all.
You're just going to listen to me anyway.
That's
where I'm going. All right. We got probably four things we could talk about. You said the solar industry has only been around 20 years, give or take. Give or take.
Yeah.
You said the decommissioning is 40-year lifespan, give or take.
Yeah.
How many of y'all did in 40 years? Decommission.
Yeah, by that math, you'd go
the
with
answer
zero.
is none, right? That's part of the concern of all these people, not only here but everywhere. We haven't been through this. Okay, what am I supposed to tell my kid and I'll probably be dead if all of a sudden she has cancer or something? How do I explain that? I'll be dead. No big deal. Okay. Second.
Could I?
Go ahead.
So Dr. Chambers would be way kind of better versed to opine on this, but I think what happens is, and I think they do this like with cars, right? Where you come out with a new car, but you can't drive it 100,000 miles in 6 months or whatever it takes. So they do like massive testing on it and make it act like it's going for 100,000 miles. And I think that's what happens with these solar panels is they like stress test them, put them through constant wind loading and see what happens, right? So yeah, a project hasn't been out there for 40 years, but at least in the lab, they do like 40-year testing, and that's partial speculation, but yeah.
All right.
You back?
No,
okay.
Easy. Now, the second thing, and this was just my concern, is we talked about ITEP, and I'm gonna talk to the ones in the back. You might be able to answer. When ITEP, and anybody in this room can correct me, if I remember right, ITEP when it first started, and not the pilot program, ITEP, was about job creation, wasn't it? Am I wrong?
Yes.
It's about job creation. How can this project possibly hit the pilot ITEP program and create 2 jobs? But it's the pilot program. That's why I'm saying that.
I think it's going to change it, right?
Hmm?
Yeah. It's not. That's his question. It's not part of the pilot program.
That's what I was told. The guy, the finance man from UL, if I remember right. Was I mistaken, or?
You referring to?
The economic development guy from UL. That's correct.
Are you referring to the study that was done?
Well, the guy y'all had standing.
Yeah, the economist was there because he
Yeah.
had performed
I
an
didn't catch
economic
his name.
impact study.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Dr. Stephen Barnes.
Yeah, he told me the conservative estimate because it was part of the pilot program.
Yeah, and the thought behind that is the numbers that we've talked about and everybody shares, they could be significantly more. The last thing we want to do is overpromise. And so we assume that, we want to tell you the worst case, and then if it goes higher, that's better for the community. So we assumed, just for sake of conducting this study, that there would be this ITEP program applied for and received, because that's an 80% tax abatement. So if we want to take that away, actually our contributions are far greater than 37 million on the property tax.
Okay, I just wanted that said.
Yeah.
That's why I said it. This is just nothing personal. Don't take this wrong.
No.
I'm tired of people saying it's the Inflation Reduction Act. Okay? Anybody with half a brain cell can tell it was an Inflation Creation Act. Come on, let's call it what it is. All right? Everybody got this little $2,400 stimulus check, but your debt, each individual is $18,000 you owe to somebody. And China is one of the ones that fronts a lot of our money. So is Japan, so is Britain, and we can go on down the line. So, and I had one other thing. I might come back. Thank you, Mr.
Let me know.
I got one. Thank
Yes.
you. Yield back. I got one. So we have the picture of the proposed solar farm, and you can see there's quite a bit of houses, a lot of houses around there. Can we show this other pictures that we looked up of y'all projects that y'all have on your website of previous ones in the United States of America, which is 7. And we just go through them and look. Look at that. Oh. And another one. Oklahoma. Oh, and then another one. Oh, Arizona. How about another one? California. Look at that. What's got another? Mississippi? Ooh, look at that one. We have another one? Oh, that's it. Anybody see anything that I see in those pictures? I don't see a house one. So how can y'all come here and tell us it's not going to affect home prices, it's not going to affect the people, when y'all have no experience on putting this next to the house of the United States of America? I believe in working and experience, and that's how you learn, on job experience. And so far, this shows me y'all don't have any experience with putting this around a house in the United States of America.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah,
and
obviously.
second of all, I might have went see y'all about it, but when I looked at the big pretty page y'all put in the paper, man, nice big old ad, looked at the address, I said, I'm gonna go find these folks. You know where I ended up at? The UPS store. That's where the address is for these folks, at the UPS store. So, I'm done, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm done. We're done and I'm done.
Can I respond to the housing question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so, and it relates actually back to another point that was made, I think, like, and I think she apologized to say, like, prey versus predator, like we're preying, something like that. So, basically, the transmission grid is the most important thing for us. So, there is, as I think a lot of us know, there's the substation and the transmission line there, and there's capacity there. It's really hard to come by this capacity, and that's why we still even have to pay $20 million in network upgrades, because it's still not like you can kind of plug in for free. And so that's what led us here, right? It's not like we're trying to exploit or we're preying. we found a location that had some transmission capacity, and we submitted that interconnection request to MISO, and then they studied it for many years, and this is where we've ended up.
Correct. And my point is you have no experience in the
Right.
United States of America putting this next to houses. That's my point.
I would disagree with
You have none. We just seen it. You have none. You're done, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have David DeGroot. Name and address, sir?
David DeGroat Jr. I live at 307 Lucerne Drive in New Iberia, Louisiana. I need to put my glasses on, man. I need to stretch a little bit. I've been standing up so long. Look, I want to start out by saying I don't disrespect or anybody in this room. I don't hate anybody in this room, but when it comes to my property, I have rights also. And I want to talk to Ben. Sitting down, Ben. I can't remember your last name. And you spoke, and a few of y'all spoke about the time. Y'all want more time. Y'all want more time. These lease agreements were signed. The George Trappe Farms Incorporated was signed in July 10th, 2020. The Lula Children's LLC took effect July 15th, 2020. That's 5 years ago. Where were y'all then? Why didn't y'all come around then and explain this to everybody? Whatever. I mean, now y'all want to hold this all up? When we've been coming to these meetings for a year and a half, the people in here right now, besides the landowners and the recurrent people, who's for this, against this ordinance right now in here, besides those people? I'm sorry. Nobody here. We've been coming for a year and a half, and they talk about all these phone calls, and where are they? Anybody can say that. I mean, nobody's here besides us for the last year and a half. This started in March of 2024 when we found those flags in the backyard. The neighbors, we started digging into it, and come to find out, we found these lease agreements in July 10th and 15th of 2020. One, the George Trappe is 652.7 acres. Lula Children's, 199.66 acres. And I wish Miss McAnally was here, because I'd ask her, like my wife said, the layout of those solar panels. She talks, I've seen some comments on the Iberia updates or whatever. I think they get it amuses old people, that Iberia updates. That's a pretty good site, I think. I get a kick out of it. But anyway, she did make some comments, no disrespect to her, arguing about 300 feet, this and that, that's plenty, this and that. But if you measure her buffer zone off of Daspit Road, from the property line to the first solar panel, I came up with over 1,200 feet. From her house, it's over 1,300 feet. So I don't know, why is it different for her? Anyway, these leases were an option period up to 5 years, a construction term of up to 2 years, and an operations term of 35 years. With the lease provides up to 4 additional extended terms of 5 years each. That's another 20 years. That's 60 years, 50-something years. No problem. That's fine if you want to tie your land up for that one. But going back a little, on January the 10th, 2024, at our Iberia Parish Council meeting, before we discovered this flagging, there was light mention of this solar farming, but a few council members, they attended the Acadiana Solar Panel Roundtable discussion. There was comments about considering solar farming this year when discussing construction on January 10th, 2024. On February 14th, 2024, before we discovered the flagging in the backyard, our District 8 Councilman, Mr. James P. Trawhon, thank you, James, made a motion on resolution number 2024-23, seconded seconded by Mr. Lloyd Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Establishing a temporary moratorium on the development, establishment, and construction of solar farms in the unincorporated areas of Iberia Parish for a period of 6 months, expiring on August 14th, 2024. And it mentions unique planning and zoning issues for a reason for it. July 10th, 2024, Iberia Parish Council meeting, they extended the temporary moratorium from August 14th, 2024 to August 26th, 2025 for 1 year. And that's where we stand now. And we've been coming to these meetings. We've been sending you all the information. I'm not going to go over all that, I think this is a great ordinance that protects the whole parish of Iberia. In my research, I came across a YouTube video when I first started looking into this stuff, and it was a town hall meeting in Henry County, Missouri. It took place on February 19, 2024, concerning a large solar project in a small, tight-knit farming community. It was in 2 parts. But anyway, they said it was a town hall meeting, and it was a small town. All the people came. I think it was in a gymnasium or something like that. And they had the solar guys up in front, like y'all sitting, and they had the few council members because it was a small community. They didn't have many council members. And it was supposed to be a town hall meeting. But what it really was they were telling the people, townsfolk, that pretty much it's done deal. And they were all saying, what do you mean it's a done deal? They've been going on for 5 years, this sort of like this, from 2020 till now. We just found out about a year and a half ago. And the people had a fit. They started, pitting friends against friends, kinfolk, whatever. They had a fit. But anyway, what I'm getting at is the way this came about with this solar company, they found out that the solar companies were making, NDAs or confidentiality agreements with the landowners. It went on about the same time frame as our battle 4 to 5 years ago. The council over there in Missouri slipped it through with a special use permit, and nobody knew about it. So the town hall meeting was just to inform the people that it was a done deal. And that sort of kind of reminds me of what's going on here. If I wouldn't have seen those flags in March of 2024, this has been going on for 4 years. Nobody knew about it. I don't think some of the council members claimed they knew anything about it. I mean, where were y'all then, guys? Anyway, so this is that sort of reminding me what's going on here. And I don't know if that happened. I don't know if they signed non-disclosure. It sure was quiet. Nobody said a word about it. They were supposed to start this thing in fourth quarter of 2024 and completion of project fourth quarter of 2025. The moratorium protected us on this so far. I stand here and believe this. I live and own my property in a residential zone neighborhood. There's agricultural land zoned adjacent to my property. This is an industrial solar complex or power station. No farming about it. Our zoning laws should protect us on this point alone. I didn't buy property almost 30 years ago next to a power station or substation. I could have probably purchased that land pretty cheap, but I chose not to deal with the ill effects of that. Now you're asking me to accept this. Would you as council members do the same, sitting in our shoes? The group has been active in this issue for the last 1.5 years, waiting on the council to come up with something that protects the citizens of Iberia Parish. We've been showing up and have tons of information to each and every council member. Now, now I'm hearing comments from the solar contract landowner that lives off of Daspit that we're spreading false information. Has Recurrent or the landowner in question refuted any of our information? That same solar contract landowner sure does have a huge buffer zone, which I mentioned earlier. I measured it off of Google Earth. It's about 4.5 times the state requirement that's going to come out. Anyway, I'm hearing the news that it says it's a 50-50 split on this issue. If you have been getting calls against this ordinance, where have the other side been for the last 1.5 years? We've been here. Is Recurrent putting out this information to sway the vote? That would be my guess. And in the end result, I'm just asking y'all to be leaders in the community. I know, look, what you see is what you get with me. I'm just asking y'all to, y'all step into this position, not everybody does. I wouldn't. Y'all got to deal with a lot of stuff from everybody. And I see it at these meetings. I have all the respect for y'all. Be the leaders that I think y'all are and protect the people of Iberia Parish. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next we have Ashley Phelan. She's gone? Okay. We're going to Angela Scott.
No. Well, Ashley said she was gonna defer her, time to me. Is that okay?
Yeah, she got something for you to read?
Well, she didn't give me, I have notes.
Okay. Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to.
Name and address for the
Millie
record.
Zimmer, sorry. 2419 Bayou Bend Road, New Iberia, Louisiana, 70563. First, I'd like to respond to the guy who said I called him a predator, and it really didn't come from me. This is from other people. It's anecdotal evidence, right? But this is from people in numerous places, including Galleon, which is, I think, a recurrent, Ohio, Mississippi, Texas. There's a lot of difference. And what these companies do is they said they prey, not their word, not my word, it was theirs, on small communities, villages particularly, small towns that are in need of money, which we all are, who just say, hey, this sounds great. And that's why I use that word, because I was using it from someone else's. I didn't invent it. There are anecdotal videos, testimonies from across the nation, and that's where we've been talking to people. We've been talking to lots of people. That's where we're getting a lot of our information from, that everything is bright and shiny. Solar is perfectly safe. Panels don't, they don't deteriorate. Nothing goes into the ground. Everything is safe. Well, if you believe that, I got some bridges and, maybe some property. I could say I got some property that I'll sell you right now, actually. Okay, the AI data centers, they need an increased power grid. I agree with them on that. But the power grid that they're going to get their power from, I can promise you, it ain't going to be solar. That we're talking nuclear, we're talking LNG and whatever. Solar might be a small part of it, but it is not going to be a large part of the AI grid supply. The $20 million, he said, for MISO said they were going to have to add for their electric grid. That doesn't sound like a drop in a bucket to me for assisting a solar grid for as much as they want to take, as Recurrent wants to take from it. The Category 3 hurricanes, it's not like we never get Cat 3s and Cat 4s or even a Cat 5 in this area. They said that's what they're geared for, up to 134 miles an hour. Well, guess what? That's not enough for my neighborhood where my children and grandchildren might be playing. I'll leave it at that. I have so much more, but I'll give y'all a break and go home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Angela Scott. Name and address, ma'am.
Hi, Angela Scott, 319 Lucerne Drive, New Iberia. Good evening. I live on a property that immediately borders this proposed sugar project, or the proposed sugar project. Parish ordinances, rules, and regulations are established and enforced to protect the citizens of Iberia Parish. Every single property owner and business owner must frequently follow rules, regulations, and ordinances when wanting to do almost anything on their property, right down to building a house, building a shop, installing a culvert, operating a business, and even the type of business you can operate. Ordinances, rules, and regulations are adopted and enforced to protect citizens. And even more, they are adopted and enforced to protect the surrounding citizens who can potentially be harmed. The Iberia Parish website, for me, says it all. On your website, you commit to a few things that I think apply here very well. You say that you need to provide the best quality of life for the citizens. You say that you want to promote quality development. You say that you want to stabilize property values by separating conflicting land uses. You say that you want to protect the residential developments. I've been attending these meetings for 18 months. You've been given a ton of information on all the reasons why a mile, and in my opinion even more, is warranted. But those 4 reasons on your website alone should be how you base your decision tonight. A solar facility or a solar project is not a farm. It's not agriculture. It's an industrial facility. It is hundreds of acres of concrete, thousands of glass and metal panels. It is acres of inverters, wiring, transformers, emergency shutdown switches. It requires special fire protocols. It has a decommissioning plan that no one is even certain of yet, but it has to have one. It even frequently has signage that says things like, danger, high voltage, danger, keep out, or danger, electrical hazard. Those parishes around us in those states that put a 50 or 100 or 150 foot barrier between their residential homes and these types of facilities, and in my opinion, even our state government that put 300 feet, shame on them. You act like that's sufficient, but it's only sufficient for you because you leave tomorrow and you don't have to suffer all the damages of these projects. And it may be that some of these damages are potential. It very well could be. But are these people worth the risk? One thing that I can talk a lot about is real estate. I own a real estate brokerage here in town. We specialize in Iberia Parish. I've been a realtor for 18 years. I have always specialized in Iberia Parish. Studies are consistently showing that properties that border these sites will get 4.8% to 7.9%. There's some areas that are seeing more than that. As you go out, there's some studies that show up to a mile, you're going to get a minimum of 2%. There was just a study in June done by Virginia Tech. I'm going to pull up the information. I did send this to you guys. It used 8.8 million sales and 3,699 solar sites in the U.S. It showed that residential real estate values within 3 miles of the property dropped 4.8%. This was a 2025 study of real life situations. It can also reduce the sales price on properties within half a mile by 7.2%. They're over there shaking their head because the studies that they like to use are typically pretend, and they're also paid for by them. At the very bottom of the studies, there's always a little asterisk and it tells you how it's paid for. Or if the university received $82 million for something with solar, there it is. I know what people in Iberia Parish think of this. And the reason I know it is because for 18 months, this room has been standing room only most of the time when this topic is up. Everything in real estate is about buyer perception. We stage our homes, we get them ready, we tell our clients to do curb appeal, and we clean their homes because perception is reality. This is perception of these. I don't need Harvard to tell me different. I live here. My address is not UPS. It's not a hotel in Austin. I've lived here for almost 30 years. The only way you can truly protect the parish, not even if you just base it on property values, is a mile. The only way you can do it. Thank you.
All right, I need a motion to go back into public session. I have a motion by Warren Gustafson. I need a second. Second by Natalie Broussard. Please vote your machine to go back into public session. All right, we're now in public session. Community events and public service announcements, there's none. Reports, finance, and administrative action, there's none. Reports, parish or other governmental agencies, none. Public work reports, number one, Madam Clerk.
Public Works Department report for closed work orders dated June 25th, 2025 through July 8th, 2025.
And those were emailed. Special business, number one, Madam Clerk.
Adopt the adjusted millage rates for the year 2025. Assessment and set forth the adjusted millage rates and roll forward to the millage rates not exceeding the maximum authorized rates.
All right, consent agenda items for public hearing and adoption. We have the minutes, regular meeting of July 9th, 2025. Summary number 156, introduced by James P. Trahon, District 8, Madam Clerk.
A resolution of condolences to the family of Mr. Bernard Ben James Darby Sr., father of Clerk of Council Carrie D. Terry, who passed away on July 3rd, 2025.
Summary number 157, introduced by Parish President, Madam Clerk.
Resolution of condolences to the family of Miss Cabrina Bean Bro Bridges, daughter of Public Works Department Public Worker 3, Shane Segier, who passed away on July 3rd, 2025.
Summary number 158, introduced by Airport Authority, Madam Clerk.
Are we going to delete that one?
You gotta go through it to delete it.
Okay.
I got to pull it.
Okay. A resolution authorizing Iberia Parish Airport Authority. A resolution authorizing Iberia Parish Airport Authority Chairman to accept federal funds in accordance with the sponsor state agreement between Iberia Parish Airport Authority, State of Louisiana, Department of Transportation and Development for improvements at Lemaire Memorial Airport relating to state project number H.016263, runway overlay phase 1, Lemaire Memorial Airport.
Summary number 159, introduced by Parish President.
A resolution authorizing the parish president to execute amendment number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement between the state of Louisiana through the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority and Iberia Parish government regarding engineering and design of Little Valley Bayou Water Control Structure Project, TV-0092, to provide for the effective date thereof and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Summary number 160, introduced by Parish President.
A resolution authorizing the parish president to execute amendment number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement between the state of Louisiana through the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority and Iberia Parish government regarding engineering and design of the Rutten Railroad Water Control Structure Project, TV-0094, to provide with the effective date thereof and otherwise with respect thereto.
Summary number 161,
A
introduced by Parish
resolution
President.
authorizing the parish president to execute amendment number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement between the state of Louisiana through the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority and Iberia Parish government regarding engineering and design of the Stumpy Bayou Water Control Structure Project, TV-0095, to provide for the effective date thereof and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I need a motion to open up consent agenda. A motion by Warren Gustafson, I need a second. Second by Cameron Capel. At this time, is anybody, want your machines to open? There we go. At this time, anybody wants to remove any consent agenda item? Mr. Gustafson?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove summary number 158 for the purpose of deleting.
All right. And seeing no others, please vote your machines for everyone but 158. And motion carries. Now back to summary number 158. Need a motion? Motion by Warren Goshenson, a second by Scott Ronsonet. Mr. Goshenson?
I yield. Move to delete out the
Second,
discussion.
Mr. Ronsonet? Right. All right. Ms. Broussard?
Why are we deleting it?
What was asked to?
By
Bob Moe.
the airport?
Yes.
Not me. Let's go.
Any discussion on deletion? You want to delete? Okay.
Oh, wait.
Vote your machines for deletion. And that's deleted. Next, we have ordinances introduced for public hearing and adoption. Summary number 5360, introduced by clerk of the council. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing a property millage for general parish, formerly known as general alimony, which is levied on all taxable property in rural areas of the parish only, at the adjusted rate at 4.04 mils for 2025.
I need a motion. I got a motion by Warren Goshenson, a second by Lloyd Brown. Mr. Goshenson?
Mr. Chairman, I support this 4.04. That leaves the estimator at flat from what the collection was at the adjusted rate in 2024, and ask the council to support this one with the intent that the exempted municipalities stay at 1/2. You're back.
All right, you're back, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown waits. Seeing no further discussion, please vote your machines. That motion carries. Summary number 5361, introduced by clerk of the council.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing the property millage for general parish, formerly known as general alimony, which is levied on all taxable property in the rural areas of the parish only, at the adjusted rate of 4.04 mils, and authorizing an increase of said rate to 4.12 mils to be levied for 2025.
Need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Mr. Lloyd Brown. Need a second. Second by Warren Goshenson. Mr. Brown? Mr. Goshenson?
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd ask for, if there's no other main motion discussion, I'd ask for a motion to delete.
There's no other discussion.
Motion on the floor to delete.
Please vote your machines for deletion.
I need a second.
Need a second. Scott Ronson has a second. Vote your machines for deletion. That is deleted. Summary number 5362, introduced by clerk of the council.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing a property millage for the exempted municipalities, formerly known as criminal tax, which is levied on all taxable property in the municipalities only, at the adjusted rate of 2.02 mils for 2025. Notice, this millage rate cannot be more than 1/2 of the general parish millage rate.
I need a motion. A motion by Mr. Goshenson, a second by Scott Ronson. Mr. Goshenson?
Mr. Chairman, this suffices the 1/2 of the general alimony and also stays flat with collections. I ask for unanimous support.
All right, Mr. Ronson?
Agree.
Agree. Please vote your machines. That motion carries. Summary number 5363, introduced by clerk of the council.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing the property millage for the exempted municipalities, formerly known as criminal tax, which is levied on all taxable property in the municipalities only, at the adjusted rate of 2.02 mils, and authorizing an increase of a said rate of 2.06 mils to be levied for 2025.
Have a motion by Scott Ronson, a second by Warren Goshenson. Mr. Ronson?
Ask for deletion after discussion.
All right, Mr. Goshenson?
I waive.
Waive. All right.
Second.
All right. Got a second by Mr. Goshenson for that. Please vote your machines for deletion. And motion carries. Deleted. Summary number 5364, introduced by clerk of the council.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing a property millage for the public library system, which is levied on all taxable property in the parish at a rate of 4.50 mils for 2025.
I need a motion. I have a motion by Mr. Goshenson. I need a second. Second by Scott Ronson. Mr. Garcia, sir.
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion to table 5364. I yield back.
All right, check with the second. Mr. Ronson.
Waive.
Ronson waives.
In case we need a month, but we.
Come back to your table.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll just clarify, I'd like to make a motion to defer 5364 at the appropriate date that we meet the requirements for publication.
You want to defer it to?
Once we determine the publication requirements for the whatever the adjusted rate will be.
Okay, I get a second. A second by Scott Ronson. Please vote your machines. That motion carries. Summary number 5365, introduced by the clerk of the council.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing a property millage for the public building maintenance, which is levied on all taxable property in the parish at the adjusted rate of 4.65 mils for 2025.
I need a motion. Motion by Scott Ronson, second by Natalie Broussard. Mr. Ronson.
I think we're good in public buildings maintenance. Now, keep in mind, next year and the year after, we'll probably have to keep a close eye on this. But for this year, I think we're still good right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A second, Ms. Natalie Broussard.
I waive.
You waive. Ms. Broussard waives. Next up, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I'm gonna agree with you tonight, Mr. Rawson, but I don't know if I agree that we're good, because one hiccup in a public facility, that fund is busted. I mean, we have to remember, it's not like a sales tax where we have repetitive income from month to month. Our income is coming from one time a year, so our cash flow can't undermine a certain percentage that we have to. We'll have a ding in our audit. So we're getting close. $64,877 would go down. But I will tell you this. I don't disagree that fund can backfill this one, but I can tell you, when it happens from this fund and two other funds, now we don't have $6 million at disposal. So just let's keep that in mind. I'm got a reserve. We've spoke with the administration. I don't want us to ignore the fact that we have some facilities that need some attention, and it's only getting worse. We're going to have to, at some point, address some of that. So I'm good with you.
If I can,
You back.
we actually have one facility right now that we're going to be hopefully talking to someone in Baton Rouge this week that's going to cost us around $1.8 million to take care of that issue. And we are hoping that Baton Rouge is going to give the funds because you remember what happened last year. So just that issue alone can deplete that whole public building thing. But good, we're good. We got money in the general fund right now. We can always amend later if we have to.
Mr. Swear.
Yeah, talking about public buildings, look, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but we got one building in particular that we've been talking about for a while. Do we have any?
Yes.
Can you give us any updates
I
at
sure
all?
can. I spoke to, in fact, I texted Division Administration, Taylor Barra, again today. Are we talking about the, hopefully
Yeah,
you're
Sugarcane
talking about the
Festival.
Sugarcane Festival building.
Sugarcane Festival, yes.
So everyone could know, we actually submitted this paperwork to the Ethics Board, excuse me, the Attorney General's office in February. January, February? In February. I kind of find it's kind of strange that we haven't gotten anything back yet. In fact, when I met with Mr. Barra about a month and a half ago, he said that it was almost done. They would be getting back with us. But you guys know just as well as I know, when you try to get an opinion from the Attorney General's office, you can get a verbal opinion really, really quick. If you're looking for a written opinion, they may have to wait until that next month meeting. We've been waiting for months. Now, if y'all remember, when we first started talking about this particular building, we were this close to signing that building off. And we already know that you can't give away government property without getting something in return. And I was that close to signing that. And I would have been in a bind. Make me wonder, maybe I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Go ahead, Mark.
No, I'm gonna say anymore.
All right. Mr. Swear.
I'm good. Thank you.
Still waiting.
Mr. Gashassin.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I've instructed Carrie several times to reach out to the Attorney General's office, right? Repetitively, can you tell the council and the people watching at home?
I reached out to the Attorney General's office. I have a case number that I received, and I'm going to follow up again.
What did they tell you when you reached out?
That they were in the process of review.
How long ago was this?
About 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah.
They're still looking at it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They're
Yeah,
still
I just want to say that I know the fake profilers that get on there and last for 2 or 3 days on Iberia updates. You know, they say things like, we don't want to pass it on to make Freddie look good. I mean, it's total bullcorn, okay? I have 3 kids that dance there. This is the games being played from Baton Rouge. It's either give us the opinion, what we need to pass it on, or, I mean, we still sitting here, the building's
Well, I can
there.
assure you right now, I will never sign something giving that building to the city until we get an opinion, because it almost sounds, or seems like that's what I was supposed to do from the beginning. Because I know we can't do that.
No, we never.
We can't do that without getting some type of opinion from the Attorney General's office.
I yield back, yeah.
Right, Mr. Swear.
Okay, thank you. One more thing. Just to clarify, I just wanted an update. I appreciate the update.
Mhm.
Ms. Carey, I appreciate you following up. That's all I needed to
No,
know.
no, we were just having a discussion.
Okay, that's
No,
fine. I
just-
just wanted to clarify and specify that. I wanted
Oh,
an
yeah,
update.
you
All
got
right,
it.
thank you.
Anytime you need it, just give me a call. I'll give you another.
Please.
You follow up again?
I yield back.
Good.
Another email. I did receive a phone call from the Attorney General's office as well.
Okay. They're working on it. Taylor said they're working on it. Yes.
All right, please vote your machines on 5365. That motion carries. Sermon number 5366, introduced by the clerk of the council. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing the property millage for the public building maintenance, which is levied on all taxable property in the parish at an adjusted rate of 4.65 mils, and authorizing an increase of a said rate to 4.76 mils to be levied for 2025.
Motion by Scott Ronsonet, second by Warren Gashassin. Mr. Ronsonet.
Motion to delete after discussion.
All right.
I'm okay with the second.
Mr. Gashassin, you okay with that? All right. And we vote, no further discussion, vote to delete. And that's deleted.
Which one?
Sermon number 5367.
65.
Introduced by clerk of the council.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing a property millage for the public health unit, which is levied on all taxable property in the parish at the adjusted rate of 2.06 mils for 2025.
I need a motion and a second. A motion by Natalie Broussard. Need a second. Chad Marchand. Ms. Broussard.
Okay.
I waive.
Broussard waives. Mr. Marchand.
Wave.
Mr. Marchand waives. No further discussion. Please vote your machines. And that motion carries. Summary number 5368, introduced by clerk of the council. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing a property millage for the public health unit, which is levied on all taxable property in the parish at an adjusted rate of 2.06 mils, and authorizing an increase of the said rate to 2.11 mils to be levied for 2025.
That motion by Natalie Broussard. Need a second. Second by Cayman Crapel. Ms. Broussard.
Yeah, after discussion, I'd move to delete.
All right. Check with Mr. Crapel.
Oh, waive.
Waive. All right. Have a second on the deletion? Mr. Capel's a second on deletion. Please vote your machine for deletion. That is deleted. Summary number 5369, introduced by the clerk of the council. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing a property millage for drainage facilities, which is levied on all taxable property in the parish at an adjusted rate of 3.91 mils for 2025.
I need a motion and a second. Motion by Cayman Crapel, second by Natalie Broussard. Cayman?
A waive.
Cayman waives. Ms. Broussard?
Waive.
Broussard waives. Seeing no further discussion, please vote your machines. That motion carries. Summary number 5370, introduced by clerk of the council. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance setting forth and establishing the property millage for drainage facilities, which is levied on all taxable property in the parish at the adjusted rate of 3.91 mils and authorizing an increase of said rate of 4.00 mils to be levied for 2025.
I have a motion by Mr. Gusherson. I need a second. Second by Kaman Capel. Mr. Gusherson.
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion to delete.
All right, check with the second. Mr.
Waive.
Capel. Capel waives. All right. I'll make a motion to delete. And get a second. Mr. Capel, please vote your machine for deletion. That's deleted. Summary number 5372, introduced by James P. Traherne, District 8. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance to enact Chapter 120 of the Code of Ordinances of Iberia Parish, Louisiana, relative to renewable energy power plant, solar energy development, to establish minimum requirements and regulations for the placement, construction, and modification of solar power plants while promoting safe, effective, and efficient use of such energy systems to provide for the effective date thereof, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I have a motion by Natalie Broussard, a second by Dustin Swear. Ms. Broussard.
Yeah, after discussion of the main motion, I'd move to amend this motion to reflect that it would be all of the amendments that were made in what was sent out to us on Friday as the second draft of the proposed solar ordinance.
Okay. Yield back.
I yield back for now.
All right. Mr. Swear,
I would like to second that motion.
you second the motion? All right. Broussard, you want to make
No discussion?
no discussion? Okay.
No, I mean, I'll start the discussion.
Yeah, I want to discuss.
Well, are we discussing the main motion or the substitute?
Yeah, you want to do a separate?
There's nobody for main motion.
Then I'll make the motion to amend to the second draft as a proposed
Okay.
ordinance.
So you amended that. We got a second by Dustin Swear. Okay, please vote your machines for the amendment.
Well, wait, I thought
What?
we're gonna discuss it, right? I mean, she has a motion on the floor. He has a second. We normally discuss it first.
Okay, go ahead and discuss it.
Discuss?
Wanna press your button?
All right, Ms. Broussard.
As far as the amendment, I just want to say a few things. We have been researching this and studying it for close to 18 months now, at least. Just because there wasn't an actual ordinance in front of our desk and we weren't actually looking at a proposed ordinance doesn't mean that we weren't working on it, considering it, researching it, and trying to get educated. I want everybody in this room to know, anybody who's watching the TV, that as a council, we are here to make an ordinance that we think is for the health, safety, and welfare of all of Iberia Parish. We are not looking at this project. In fact, I couldn't even tell you what the name of this project is. I know Recurrent Energy is involved, but I don't even know the name of this project. That is not the focus of us. I understand that that's the focus of you, because you are the neighbors, you are the landowners. But we are not only trying to protect you, we are trying to protect all of the landowners of Iberia Parish. I think we've heard a considerable amount of information, not only tonight, but over the last 18 months. There have been several people that have been working very hard to get this ordinance passed, or I think proposed, created, to try and make sure that it covered all of the interest of Iberia Parish and all of the concerns. I'd like to address like several issues. We talk about private property rights, and we talk about the the property owners. And again, we have to look at everybody. I don't think there's any property owners left in this room that are subject to this proposed project, but we're looking at the owners of everybody in our community. And when we're looking at the rights of all property owners, several people spoke about that today. You know, what is our zoning if it's not to balance the rights of all property owners? We have to look at what is best for our property owners as well as the big picture. What is best for our community? Our goal is the health, welfare, and safety of our community. I think somebody else said it, that property owners' rights shouldn't have adverse material impact on their neighbors or the rest of the community. So we're not looking at just how it impacts the neighbors of this project or any other future projects. It's how does it affect the whole community as a whole. That's the principle behind zoning, to protect the property owners while protecting the general welfare of the communities. Everybody has a right to peaceful use and enjoyment of their property. When we're looking at what is the general welfare of our community, we're looking at several different things. We're looking at our agricultural heritage, our archaeological heritage, keeping our property sustainable for land use in the future, preservation of our rural community character. I mean, we heard that over and over and over again. You might not have used the same verbiage, but the visual impact, the wildlife impact, the impact to your quality of life. So we are a rural community. We are an agricultural community, and it is okay for us to protect that. We have that right to do that. We're a proud rural community. We are a proud agricultural community. If we do not pass an ordinance that protects the general health and safety of our community and looking at the whole community, we'll not only be changing the use of our land, but we're going to be changing the nature of our parish. And that's something that we have to look at. Are we trying to change the whole nature of our parish? This is not just the nature of our land. I really believe that solar energy has a role in our parish's future, but it cannot come at the cost of our farmland, our food supply, or the families that depend on our agriculture. It's about protecting our way of life. You heard all of the talk about displacement of agricultural jobs, loss of our rural landscape. All of these things are valid things that we need to take into consideration. We heard constantly about the property values. We have been provided studies. Another study that we were provided today of this 2025 study, that it does impact property values. I did receive a study from Recurrent that they paid for that says that there won't be any adverse impact on the property values. Other than that one study that was paid by Recurrent, every other bit of information that I've received says it impacts our property values. Anywheres from, what was it, 4.8% to 7.9%. The studies that we have seen that were done by LSU says that it does not, that 1 mile is the benchmark where the impact is less severe on property values. There is viable reasons to do the 1 mile setback. I think that it was pretty strong information to me when I saw that the landowner herself had contracted that solar panels wouldn't be closer to her property than 1,200 feet. That says a lot. Like, she wasn't even comfortable with what the state put in at 300. I tried to take notes so I could quote people, but I missed towards the end. I don't remember who said it about the distance with the property rights. I mean the property values. It had to have been Miss Angela Scott, the real estate agent, but. Nowhere, I mean, just because I don't think it was you. I think it was somebody else who said that just because everybody else went somewhere else does not mean that we can't go 1 mile. Like, we can be the benchmark. We can be the leader. We can say that that's not right for our community. There is nothing wrong with us doing that. We can look at the fire risk. You know, I read one study that said a bird shorted out the lines and 1,100 acres were burned before they could be brought into control. So everything we've heard about the fire risk, the risk of contamination, the noise, the visual impact, the wildlife impact, what was the, Ms. Zimmer said, the risk is too great. You know, I do not believe that we would be penalized for trying to protect our people and looking at the risk. You know, I gave an example when talking about this in the last couple of days in my line of work doing family law. When someone applies for a protective order, I tell my clients 9 times out of 10 the judge is going to grant it. Why? The judge does not want blood on his hands. He cannot undo the harm once it's done. We err on the side of caution. I kind of equate this to that. We cannot undo the harm once it's done. Let's err on the side of caution. Just like I told Mr. Ben Kerr, whatever ordinance we do tonight, if we figure out that it was overly broad, or if we get more information, we can always amend and change it. But if we don't put it in place tonight, and we were wrong, the damage is already done. And Miss Rhonda, when you say you hurt my grandkid, I'm coming for you, I don't want any of you coming for me. So I'm going to ask my colleagues, based on all of the stuff that we heard tonight, all of the stuff we've been hearing for 18 months, we worked very hard to get this second draft of this ordinance done, and I'm going to ask you to support it as written. I'm Gil.
All right, Mr. Swear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Natalie, you said a lot, but I do support the ordinance, and I just want to make that known. At one time, I was for the ban, but we all decided, we know we need an ordinance for protection. Everything that you touched on and that we've learned in 18 months, and I've said it before, we strive for quality of life. And everything that I've heard and all the research that I've done, thank y'all for sending everything y'all sent for the past. I've learned more about solar than I don't even want to learn anymore. But seeing our residents and our people concerned and come out and do the research they did, it's amazing, because it actually reminds me of the people that we are resilient and we're not just going to run and hide. We're going to face it. And I serve on this council. Look, I have four kids. And like Mr. Norris mentioned earlier, a lot of our friends, family, they've run and shagged, you know what, to the other town. Bigger grass is greener on the other side. We didn't. I sit here tonight because I want my children and my grandchildren to have the same quality of life that I had. And I don't want anything to hinder that. So I think that's it. I mean, I've made my stance. I stand clear on it. And Mr. Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
All right, yield back, Mr. Russell.
I just wanted to say, not congratulations, but thank you, everybody in this room, for participating. It's not often you see this kind of participation for any subject. You know, I thought the last month was torture, but it was also good, because you don't see that. And what I really want to get out of this though is don't just come in this little room right here. This takes place in Baton Rouge. This takes place in Washington, D.C. You can call those people. You can call the Baton Rouge people, local representatives that are in Baton Rouge for us. Call them also and let them know how you feel. I know I've called Washington. I've called our delegation numerous times. So make your voices heard there also, not just right here. But thank y'all. Thank y'all for participating. That's how it's supposed to be. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Napier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, if I may, with our legal, I hate to put you on the spot, but who's involved in writing the ordinance?
So this is, I guess I'd have to say that this is James's baby, and he really took the lead on this one. And I can agree with a lot of the ordinance, as it's obviously it looks like it's based off the Tangipahoa's ordinance, which has a lot of protection for landowners and the neighbors in particular. But I can't agree to a lot of changes that have been made, especially the 1 mile buffer. I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, but also subsequent changes that were made between the first draft and what's being proposed to amend tonight. As I see it, there's at least 8 problems with the current version of the proposed ordinance. Let's say the second amendment. 8. The most serious one, though, is the 1 mile buffer is an effective ban. It's not a ban saying there's no solar in Iberia Parish, but when you look at the map, when you look at the zoning, when you look at the place of where the residences are, where residentially zoned property is, where occupied structures is, you're looking at the Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to ask a point of order. I think the only question requested of legal was who was involved in the writing.
I want to, Mr. Chairman, I want to hear what, I think you don't have to hear, I want to hear what. No, I'm asking him what I want to ask him, Natalie. Am I out of order? He's our legal, Natalie. I don't think I'm asking him anything. I want to know who wrote the ordinance, and if our legal representation for this council has a problem with it, for me to make a decision, I want to know about it. If you don't want to know, that's the door.
Then ask him those questions, but at this point, the
You still
only
have the floor.
question
Mr.
asked
Chairman,
of legal
You still have
was
the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have to make a ruling.
Go ahead.
You have to make a ruling.
You still have the floor, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
All right. So I don't recommend it for the majority is for the effective ban in the whole parish. If you're turning away from that, you're basically making a false promise, because when this goes to court, and it will go to court because there's too many people who are too far apart on how this thing, first came about and where it will end up. So if you're promising a 1 mile buffer or setback and you're pretending like it's not a ban, you just need to skip that step and really get down into, is this a real balance of rights between the individual versus the group? And so part of a constitutional challenge for this would be a regulatory taking, because you're passing regulations that takes away someone's property value. Part of that test is this proportional? Is the burden that we're putting on the private landowner proportional to the harms that you're trying to offset? So is a 1 mile setback proportional? No. If it removes that land use at all, it's not. All right. So if we can get to that point, we can start having an honest discussion. There's other there's other things that I would recommend removal. One is the inclusion of a new board. if you look at all our boards, they're either advisory boards, which don't have any sort of legislative or enforcement functions, or they're boards that are specifically related to state statutes. The state statute says this is the kind of board, this is what it's for. Generally, it'll say this is what the membership is made up of. And that's the split. This is a new thing where you guys would be delegating authority, rulemaking authority to a board, and enforcement authority to a board. Enforcement authority is by our home rule charter, that's in the administration, and rulemaking authority is in the council. And so the rulemaking authority is essentially tonight, the ordinance. This is a set of rules, so adding another board is outside of our home rule charter, in my opinion. All right, next, any type of complicated set of restriction and ordinances should have a variance process included in it, because not every property is going to be the same. Not the needs of the neighboring landowners are not going to be the same. So variances, whenever you're granting a conditional permit, you have the right to impose restrictions that are related to the burdens that's going to be imposed on the neighboring landowners. But you also have to preserve those landowners' freedom to contract, so that I'm sorry, excuse me, my sugar's low,
No,
as we predicted.
Take your time.
I didn't anticipate it'd be 9:30 when we got to this.
You need a can?
All right, so a variance procedure protects your right to contract, and it also protects if you can reasonably work something out outside of the boundaries of the ordinance that everybody can agree to, that should be allowed. That you are presuming that the agreement that the private parties is going to satisfy those harms that you're trying to prevent. All right, next part. Our public notice procedures, they do need to be beefed up. We've seen this in multiple planning and zoning contexts. A little sign on the property is not enough. A larger sign is helpful, but these are multiple meetings. These meetings can be rescheduled. The public has a right to know in real time when the meetings are. So I'm recommending that all of the notice procedures include a reference to our website, and that the burden be put on us to make sure that that information is up to date, and that nothing moves forward unless that information was available, up to date. When is the meeting? So everybody knows. All right, number 5, we need a timeline to designate how long an application process is. That protects everybody. That going into it, you can't make a business decision if you don't know when you could possibly break ground on your project. That's just common sense. However, this is complicated enough because we're looking at potential expert reports, requests for additional conditions or information. So that's going to mess up any strict, like, you got 90 days to finish the whole thing. That's not going to work. And there's also 2 bodies that are involved, the zoning commission and then the parish council. And either body can request additional conditions or additional information. So the process has to be clear enough to take all that to account. And after a certain number of days, it has to be treated as a denial so that you can move on to the next stage. If there is, a next stage, which would be court, if it's a denial. All right, next, reduce the minimum site size from 200 acres. 200 acres, you're basically eliminating 150 acres for no discernible reason. The industry standard for these minimum site sizes is 10 to 50. So pick something that's within the realm. I'm looking back at the St. James and Tangipahoa. I would recommend a 20-acre site minimum. That doesn't waive any of the setback requirements. That's just saying that just because my property is 50 acres doesn't mean that I'm totally out of the process. Like, that's another one. All right, number 7, remove criminal penalties against a designated corporate officer. When I saw that, I almost fell out of my chair. So basically, to commit a crime, you need to know what you're doing. You can't impose strict criminal liability under the U.S. Constitution as of now. All right, number 8, requirement for U.S. manufactured panels. This could be a violation of the Commerce Clause. We don't tell businesses every item that they have to source from and where and when and how. It's over-regulation. So essentially, there's substantial changes that need to be made, in order for this to survive contact with the court. And if you want to have a meaningful ordinance rather than a delay, because as it is presented, it would be a delay rather than a meaningful ordinance, those changes need to be addressed.
Thank you.
Yield back, Mr. Napier?
No, no,
You good?
okay.
Okay.
So, when I read it and looked, everybody knows me, I am so far from being a lawyer, it's not funny. But I did have some concerns, and actually, now that I know that it doesn't sound like Ian wrote this. Ian's our legal, and James, I'm not saying anything about. So I'm just concerned who wrote it. You know, if our legal team, I thought it was you and Andy, but if you have problems with it, you obviously didn't have a whole lot of input in it. So that's my number one problem. And the board, too, was a problem for me, because like he said, you know, we have plenty of boards, and one thing that he didn't say is we have problems putting people on the boards we have. Now, this ordinance passes, surely we've got to come up with something where somebody governs it. But some of the details in it was that the town of Jeanerette or the mayor, the town of Delcombe or the mayor, the village of Lorville or the mayor. Jeanerette, Delcombe, Lorville, there's no areas in any of these municipalities where you could put any type of farm, let alone a mile. So why, and not, look, I'm from Jeanerette. Why is this in there? I don't understand that part. And even if we wanted to leave that in there, I would rather see a board, not one person appoint. Over here, Larry doesn't appoint, we do. So I don't like that at all. Ian brought up about the 200 minimum. I did have a little issue with that. I wasn't sure why. Minimum 200. Who came up with that? You know, me personally, you know, I wish everybody would press that button and say some things, because this is how we get this passed, or we make it better. You know, look, from the beginning, y'all all know I wanted to vote to no solar farms in Iberia Parish at any time. That's how I feel. I'm a Trump Republican. I'm gonna say it out loud. But since then, the last 18 months, you know, I'm not for renewable. I'm not a big solar wind guy. I'm all in gas. I'm sugar. I love those things. That's what made Iberia Parish what it is, especially sugar. But look, thank y'all for all the emails that we got. Are you okay? Man, I didn't mean to do that if I did. But look, so we definitely, the people that's out there, we definitely need to protect the people. But like Natalie said, the whole parish we need to consider, not just James's area, but also we have landowners, all property owners that, I'm not a big government guy, to where we coming in and we saying you can't do that with your property, even though you're doing everything is right what you're gonna do, or you're not gonna smell it, you're not gonna see it, you're not gonna hear it. So I've heard both sides of that. I don't know what's true or what's not. I don't think these guys that coming from wherever they're coming from are coming in here and lying to us. They got a job, they trying to promote something. I'm sorry? It's their job. Yeah, and we got a job, right? right, okay. So I want to see the ordinance passed because we were told we have to. I do have a problem with the mile. I do. I don't like the 300 feet that the state passed. I really don't like that. I would like to see something in between. I don't have a lot of land to where I can say, you know, well, we need to go this much to where it takes it away from these people. But if we say a mile, and let's say, you know, there's some property out there that could be put, but you might have a house here, a house there, not a crowded subdivision like y'all all live in. It still takes it away from that. A mile, I'm talking about. So if you go to my district, District 11, I got a lot of cane fields out there, but they might be a quarter of a mile, and then there's a house, and then there might be another half a mile, and then there's a house. Do we want to restrict it from those areas? Because what we do tonight might save Lucerne and in that area, but what about the rest of the landowners that it might do well at? Guys, I have been here 10 years, and I've made some very difficult votes, and I paid the price for them, but God willing, I'm still here. But I think I can't. I just don't think I can support the mile. I want to support the ordinance, but I'm just throwing it out there. To me, and our legal, and I talked to Andy also. He might get mad because I mentioned his name, but those are our two legal people, legal eagles, that try to keep us from doing the wrong thing. Now, look, I haven't always followed what legal says, and we don't have to tonight. But that's what we are paying the DA's office for, is for legal representation. I take that serious. So, I don't know, I can't support the mile. I don't like the 300, but if we can bring it somewhere where we could all be satisfied with, I would like that. But me personally, I don't think I can support the mile. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Napier. Ms. Broussard?
Yeah, I do want to point out that on page 6, F, design standards, the minimum site size, it says that no site any less than 50 acres in size. So I don't know why, the first draft had 200 acres.
The first draft is the current draft that's been published. The amendment hasn't been passed with the proposed draft that you're talking about.
But the amendment, well, you were talking about everything in the amendment that you didn't agree with the board. That wasn't in the first draft. The amendment.
Those are my top 8 concerns.
But the amendment reduced it to 50.
Okay.
Okay. Brian, I want to address a few things with you with the 1 mile. You pointed out something about, like, in your district, in a lot of the rural areas of our parish, you might have a house here, a house there. There is a waiver in here that if the landowners within the mile all agree to waive the 1 mile restriction, it can be waived. So if one house in the 1 mile area, 2 houses, they can waive it. And there's also a waiver.
They can stop it also.
They can stop it also, and that's what we're
read it.
trying to protect residential areas. And there's also a waiver in here that if it's zoned industrial already, then the 1 mile waiver does not apply. So, there are options out there. And just like you said, legal's here to give their opinion. You haven't always followed their opinion. That's just one legal opinion. We've all heard the story. You put 5 attorneys in a room, you're gonna get 5 different opinions. That's just one opinion. I'll wait.
You back, Mr. Gustafson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I've been quiet on this deal the last couple of times. Ian, I respect you. I do. I enjoy working with you. But when there's an industry standard, it's just an industry standard. I mean, it doesn't mean we have to follow it. Can make it stronger, better. This second draft, you know, I've been here almost 10 years like you, Brian. And every time something controversy comes, we're always threatened with legality. And you know, anytime we get out there, we're going to be threatened no matter what. I mean, the landowners can sue us if they don't like the way it goes. I mean, you tell us often, don't you? We can be sued for anything, right? Ian, I'm sorry, Andy.
May I respond? All right, so there's two parts
well,
to that.
hold on. I don't have 5 lawyers in here, so I got 2 I know of. Am
You
I
can
gonna
be
get the
sued
same
for anything,
response?
but the strength of the lawsuit matters, okay? And at the end of the day, the taxpayers pay for these lawsuits, whether it comes to a judgment, a settlement, or just legal fees. And everybody pays. All 70,000 people pay.
Ian, I'm gonna tell you again. I grocery shop in the same stores with these people, eat at the same restaurants, go to the same movie theater if we had one. It's just the thing is, at this point in time, I like Ben. I've gotten to know some of those guys. Those are good guys. But I'm telling you, at the end of the day, when they go home, he's not coming shop at Rouse's and answer those questions of why I voted for less than a mile or whatever we decide to do tonight. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, this is the part of why I enjoy serving local government. Because the things we do tonight affects those who are in our community. They can feel and touch us. They can call us. We have access. And I agree with what you said earlier, Scott. If I didn't get 50 phone calls, I spent an afternoon till about 7:30 at night. So my wife said, all right, that's enough. I mean, but I enjoyed it because it's not often that this chamber fills. Why does it take this type of issue to get everybody here? But this is government at work. I wish this chamber was filled every meeting that we hear. This shows that, you know what? Some people don't pay attention until it either hits the checkbook or it touches your house. But let me tell you, a lot of times when we don't hear from you, things get enacted. And then when it gets enacted and it starts to happen, then people come back and say, why'd y'all do this? We didn't want that. So please, when y'all leave tonight, keep up with what we're doing. This is your government. He's telling you at the end of the day, we may get sued, but you know what? I'm a gambling man. I'm willing to take a chance on this one. I am. This is what it is. Brian, I'm gonna tell you about Brian. It might not make the Daily Iberian, but Brian is a good guy. I don't always agree with him, but I can tell you at the end of the day, I do respect each of the 14 here that have to make a decision. There's a reason why they're making it. They have to go home to that district and that they represent. But I can tell you tonight, I'm gonna support the 1 mile because I want to go home and sleep. I yield back.
All right, Mr. Swear.
Warren, I can actually agree with you in everything you said, man. It's impressive. But Ian, I don't want to put you on the spot. But I am. Back when this all came about and this all got started, there was actually some council members that asked the question, Ian, how long can it take you to write an ordinance to protect the people? And we are 18 months in. So I'm not faulting you, but we wasn't getting anywhere as far as an ordinance wise. And now 18 months in, now we have an ordinance. Thank God we have an ordinance put together that I believe was one we need to go with. And excuse me, but I think it's time like Warren says, as a gambling man, I think if we gotta go to court, we're gonna go. You just said it. We're gonna go to court. It's gonna be in litigation. So let's go to court. Fight for our people. Fight for Iberia Parish. Fight for what's right. That's all I ask for.
Mr. Swear.
I'm good. Thank you.
You back.
Yep.
All right. Floor is clear.
Revision to
Go with the amendment.
There was a motion by Natalie, second
Yeah.
by Dustin.
Okay, so we got a motion. Okay, so we're gonna vote on the second draft that we have in our packet. With the 1 mile. Yep, okay, vote your machines. And that motion fails.
Back to the main motion.
See, I got something by Mr. Napier.
You go to the
Main motion.
which is the first.
First draft of publication.
Okay, all right. So I could do a substitute now? Okay, Mr. Chairman.
You got the floor now, Mr. Napier.
Okay, so I couldn't do the mile, but if y'all, I could feel better about a half a mile. So it's y'all had your turn. We listen to y'all. This is for the council. So I got a motion up there for a half a mile.
All right, need a second? A second by Tommy Pollard. Tommy,
Discussion.
Yeah,
Discussion on the amendment.
discussion on the amendment?
I can go with the half mile, like Mr. Nathan asked for.
All right, so you done, Tommy? Mr. Gosselin?
Mr. Chairman, just for point of order and clarification, so if he makes an amendment, he's making an amendment to the main motion, which is the first publicized ordinance, correct?
Yes.
So just so that you understand, the amendment you made is just for the main motion, not for revision 2.
Not for this.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that what you were
Right.
intending to do?
Yeah.
I won't support that amendment. If y'all want to take that amendment and possibly look at it in the revision 2, I could support that.
Okay, so like I said, the problem I had with this one was the mile and the board.
You want to put him on? If we're okay to go back and forth.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Mic control.
So, you know,
All right, you on?
so let me see. So Natalie said they changed it from 200 to 50. I wasn't aware of that. The board, I had problem with the board, and like Ian said about the variances. I did have I don't know how y'all feel about that, but that board and the way that it's assigned, I can't support that.
Well, let's debate that.
But that's what I'm saying. So,
But debating it on the main motion with an amendment is not, we can't
okay,
debate it.
well,
So if you want to make the main motion to amend the revision 2 to exclude and include a half mile,
so you,
then we could
well, why
do
don't
that.
we just vote to do away with the main motion, and then I'll make a substitute motion.
if we do away with the main motion, it kills it completely.
Oh, it'll kill it the whole thing.
That's what I just wanted a point of order with that,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
All right. So my substitute motion will be for the half mile, the removal of the board, and I'll leave it like that.
On the second.
On the substitute, on that
On the second.
substitute. On the second amendment, yeah. On the second draft,
So it's to adopt the second draft.
without the board.
The board and
And a half mile.
a half.
The half mile.
Mr. Swear?
Brian, you don't mind me asking you, can you, look, I understand you in the half mile, I'm for a mile, but
Okay.
apparently that ain't going
I
anywhere.
got you.
What is your issues with having a board, just like we have a board for every other entity that we have in this building? Or outside, Parks and Rec, library.
Oh, no, we
you
do,
name
and
it.
I'm,
So
I
why
men- I
can't we
mentioned that just a
have,
while ago, is that we have problems filling the boards we have, so we gonna create another board with,
I can tell you this, that won't be a hard board to fill.
look, you don't have to vote for it, Dustin.
I'm
You
not,
don't-
look, I'm not,
I don't
asking you,
like
I
the
wanted to
board.
know.
I just don't like the board deal. And plus, I don't like the way that the board, without Ian without our legal having any input in this, that's what, why is this, when you tell me this, why is this board created?
Why is it created?
Yeah, well,
To enforce. It's all about enforcement. It's all about making sure the ordinance is done properly the way we need it done. That's what a board is for. Whether it's advisory, whether it's enforcement, whatever it is.
I get that.
That's what a board is for.
I get that.
And I believe we should have a board, especially when it comes to something this drastic. I mean, that's just my opinion. I mean, you know,
No,
you
I
can disagree with me.
respect
That's
that.
fine.
Oh,
but
no,
Mr. Swear,
I just,
could you yield some time to Mr. Norris for a second?
please.
Thank you, Mr. Swear.
Thank you.
Mr. Napier or Mr. Ian. So if you create an ordinance, you guys are generating the law. You are creating the law. If there is no board, who oversees it? Who governs it? It can't be you because you made the law. So that,
No, we can't.
no.
We do it all the time.
Can you do that, Ian?
Planning and zoning.
Administration, so it'd be enforced by permit planning and zoning, subject to oversight by the zoning commission.
And they come to us.
But not us.
That a board
Then it
we
comes-
already
Okay.
have.
So then you could just amend it to where planning and zoning would
We put
oversee
people
it.
on there, Dustin.
Okay, I didn't know if you didn't appoint a board, but if you appointed to where it would go to planning and zoning for overseeing it, then, okay.
If, can I,
You done, Mr. Swear?
I'm finished for now.
Okay, Mr. Mathurin?
I just want to state for the record that my vote on this doesn't reflect how I feel about an ordinance. I want an ordinance in place, but the people want a mile. I don't approve of a half mile, so I just want to state that. I support a half mile.
You done, Mr. Mathurin? Ms. Broussard?
Yeah, I mean, guys, if we don't pass an ordinance, then we're gonna be at 300 feet. I cannot imagine that the people in this room would wanna walk away tonight with no ordinance passed at all. You know, if we have to compromise at 3/4 of a mile, let's compromise at 3/4 of a mile, but let's not walk away with nothing. You know? And Mr. Napier, I just want to discuss the board with you a little bit. The thought behind this board is we're not just dealing with solar. This board will not be just dealing with solar. You know, we have carbon capture coming. You know, this is all new territory for us. None of us are experts. This is beyond the scope and ability of our Planning and Zoning Commission. They are busy enough with what they have to do. We need to have this board, and if you read it, they develop the plan. We have the ultimate say-so. Like, if we don't like what they're coming up with, we send it back to them and redirect it, just like we do with planning and zoning all the time. But we have to have somebody who's specialized in this industry that can guide us, help us, research it, get the experts. If you look at this ordinance, the board can force the project to hire engineers, to hire inspectors, to hire what needs to be done. Every time that bond is up for renewal, every 3 years, when that bond has to come up for renewal, the board is going to be hiring these people at the cost of whoever's doing the project. We don't have the time and the expertise. We need a board that's going to do that. Planning and zoning is tapped out. You know that. This is way too much work for planning and zoning. And I'm just going to go back to we've got to compromise somewhere. So we cannot be stuck with 300 feet. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gustafson?
Chad, are you certain that you can't do the half a mile? Because I feel the people would take something other than 300 feet.
Can I ask a question, please? May I address?
Mr.
I know I
Chairman.
haven't spoken yet.
Just step up, ma'am.
My name is Christine Anderson. I live at 104 Belmont Road. I don't understand why the 1 mile setback seems to be a legal issue when the state itself changed from a mile to the 300 feet, and it did not anywhere say that that was an illegal issue.
Mr. Chairman, I know I'm seeing some of them say 1 mile back there, but I don't think some understanding, if nothing gets out tonight, you got 300 feet. So, I mean, I think majority could live with a half a mile, correct? Well, I'll just say this. I've got one that can vote for a half mile and one that can't vote for 3/4 of a mile. So I'm still at 7 votes.
Chad said he was at 3/4.
But I've got another one that says he's not. I'll take the vote.
What's the difference between a half and a quarter?
Thank you, Mr.
Why that different? That's what we want to know.
Thank you, Mr. Gashasan. Look, I know the people of Iberia Parish want a mile. I want a mile. I'm willing to compromise, and I think we all willing to compromise. And if you didn't take time, please read the ordinance, because we're still protected with a half a mile on the Second Amendment. I don't know how are y'all voting right now, if it's on the original motion or if y'all going to the second, the amendments. But if you take the Second Amendment and you bring it to a half a mile, I would be personally good with it. And if my residents of Iberia Parish would trust me, and if I'm good with it, where my property is, I think it's okay on the Second Amendment with a half a mile.
And that's on the floor right now. The Second Amendment, the amendment right now, Bob, is it Bruce Howard? Ron, right. At a half a mile. I'm good with it. I think I can live. I mean, I'm hoping that we can get to that point.
I just want to correct the record. If it doesn't pass tonight, it does not go to 300 feet. You just go to the next meeting and you work through it. 100%. Go ahead and check with legal. Check with legal.
No one called you up, sir.
We have an ordinance that once it fails, it cannot be brought back up for 6 months.
No one called you up, sir.
Can you, okay, I'm gonna support number 2 at the half a mile to at least get something in place.
All right, I tell you
Yeah,
what, so if we do the,
Hang on. You yield back?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
All right, now Mr. Swear's up.
Okay, so I was willing, look, we need to pass an ordinance. This needs to be done tonight. I was willing to compromise with you and go, let's meet in the middle, 3/4. We at a mile, you at half. Let's do 3/4 and call it a night.
we already agreed to a half.
Nah,
Well, no,
okay. Look, I'll make the
Dustin,
motion.
vote like you want. Vote like you want, my brother. So,
Mr. Swear?
I yield
Sir,
back.
the floor. You was back? Yeah, I see him, but Ms. Broussard has the floor now.
Yes, sir.
Ken?
Mr. Napier, I'm gonna ask you if the council would agree to compromise and go to half a mile, would you withdraw your objection to the board and give us the enforcement of the board?
okay, you know what? Yeah. The only thing is that, and look, tell me if I'm wrong, but when you have the town of Generate or the mayor, the
I
town
agree
of
with you.
Delco,
Let's
to
take-
me,
let's-
whoever wrote that,
Let's take out "or the mayor" on
so
each
you
one.
you wanna let a board member from Generate, Delcom, and
gotcha.
Lowerville sit? Where's New Iberia in here?
That was an oversight as well. I don't, you want to do the whole board appointed by the parish council?
Well,
I'm okay with that too.
We the
'Cause
ones
represent
taking the
the
lick
entire-
here. Why?
We represent the whole
You
parish.
we can get people from Generate, Lowerville, Delcom, but if we gonna, if this is our baby, I think we ought to.
I agree with you.
And I'm good with the board.
We appoint them all.
We appoint them all.
We appoint
and
them all.
I'm good with the board.
And,
yep.
and before I give up the floor, I want to address some of the other concerns that Ian had, and I don't necessarily disagree with him with some of the things about the public notice, the variances, timeline. I think all of that is stuff that we can work on and amend our ordinance and add it in there. And I would encourage us all to keep working on that to add, because I think public notice was a big thing. We had that with the AT&T towers. We need to address those things. So, Mr. Matray, do you think you could live with that compromise?
The people can live with it all.
We need to hear from the people. Can the people live with it?
We can live with it. Second Amendment, half a mile, everything else stays the same besides.
Y'all be good with that?
nominating the board.
Yeah, so, Mr. Napier, as I understand it, you're amending your substitute motion that you were offering to be the second draft amendment proposal, with it being, the setback being half a mile and the IDB board being all members appointed by the parish council?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. That's it.
And that all, we abide by all laws of public meetings and all of that, right?
Yes.
Just to make sure that the sunshine law prevails even on the committee.
Absolutely. Mhm.
Right. Your numbers, Bruce?
Does he have a second?
Got some on the floor right here. Brian?
He made the motion. Was the second.
They had, Brian, is the second?
Tommy Pollard, I think.
Tommy Pollard made the second.
Yeah, Tommy, okay.
Can you live with that, Tommy?
I could, but, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what, our legal wants to say.
Here we go.
Thank you, Tommy,
Yes,
for
sir. Go ahead.
the respect. Okay, so you would want to know if you're making an amendment if you still have the same problem after the amendment. And you do still have the same problem after the amendment. If you're going to make an amendment about the buffer, you should understand what effects, the practical effect the amendment to the buffer will have. If you're serious about making an amendment to the buffer, I know you're not going to like this either. Defer this and actually show what that would look like on a map. This is what the new exclusion zone in the whole parish is. This is, if you're trying to, a compromise is only a compromise if everybody understands what the end result will be.
All right. Done. Mr. Pollard?
No,
Okay.
I defer, I waived, I gave it up earlier.
You sure you was back? So, we're gonna be voting, let me get it straight, right, on the second ordinance,
The
second draft with the half mile, with us having control of who we put on that board. Is that good with you, Mr. Napier?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what you want?
Yes.
Okay. No further discussion, can we vote our machines on that?
On the amendment.
On the amendment? And that motion carries. Now can we vote on the amendment with the main motion? That motion carries. All right, summary number,
I just want to say thank you. Thank you to each and one of your councils. It's been 2 years in the making, and I know this is difficult. I know y'all had a lot of phone calls. I know we may have to make some changes here and there, but y'all listen to the people tonight.
I like to,
And if this ends up in court, I guarantee you, the people that are here tonight, we're gonna have y'all back.
I'd like to thank everybody who's come here to all these meetings, gave us information, who's always been on top of everything to give us what we need to try to make a decision. I really want to thank y'all for all the help y'all put into this project also. Y'all did an amazing job. Thank y'all. Right. Summary number 5373, introduced by Warren P. Gossett Jr. Madam Clerk.
Coming, sir.
Let the chamber clear for a second, if you don't mind.
I want a piece of bread, a ham, a bologna, a cracker, a chip.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to gavel, get on.
Get back to our meeting, please. Summary number 5373, introduced by Warren P. Gossett Jr., District 5, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance to amend and reenact Chapter 8 Animals and Fowl, Sections 8-26, 8-36, 8-61, 8-63, and 8-102 of the Code of Ordinances of Iberia Parish, Louisiana, relating to animals and fowl to prohibit such animals and/or fowl from running at large.
I need a motion. I have a motion by Warren Goshenson, second by Brian Napier. Mr. Goshenson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this gives us the opportunity to amend the language to perform a TNR program, which in the long run will save us some money in that department. I'd ask for unanimous support in this, Mr. Chairman, to start that TNR.
Yield back, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Napier?
I support Mr. Goshen's.
All right, seeing no further discussion, please vote your machines. Mr. Goshenson? That motion carries. Summary number 5374, introduced by Marcus Bruce Broussard, District 3. Madam Clerk?
An ordinance amending Chapter 20 of the compiled ordinances to establish a crosswalk at 4607 West Amador Drive, New Iberia, Louisiana, and authorize the Public Works Department to install said crosswalk signs.
I need a motion. A motion by Tommy Pollard. Need a second.
Wave.
Mr. Pollard, we need a second. Mr. Goshenson?
I'll waive.
Mr. Goshenson waves. Mr. Crepel? Yeah, he wants to defer it. Okay, so we're gonna vote on deferment to the next meeting. We came with Crepel and Dustin Swears a second. Please vote your machines on deferment.
You defer to when?
Next meeting.
All right.
Mr. Brown? And motion carries, is deferred. Next, we're off to resolution introduced for public hearing and adoption, summary number 153, introduced by Clerk of the Council. Madam Clerk?
A resolution appointing one member to the Iberia Parish Levee, Hurricane, and Conservation District, representing Iberia Parish for a 4-year term to fill a vacancy created by the expiration of term for Rayward Freeman Jr., whose term expires July 1st, 2025. Applications of interest on file, Rayward Freeman Jr. Note this item was deferred at the July 9th, 2025 Iberia Parish Council meeting.
I have a motion by Mr. Goshenson, second by Mr. Napier. Mr. Goshenson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the council to defer to August 13th to give Mr. Freeman one more time to join us. I know the last two meetings probably couldn't get through the elevator with all of the people here. So let's give him one more opportunity. Clerks, if y'all can reach out to Mr. Freeman and let him know. I yield back.
All right, Mr. Napier?
I agree with Mr. Goshen's.
All right, let's vote on my machines for deferment. Mr. Brown? And that's deferred. Summary number 154, introduced by Clerk of the Council. Madam Clerk?
A resolution appointing one member to the Iberia Parish Levee, Hurricane, and Conservation District, representing Iberia Parish for a 4-year term to fill a vacancy created by the expiration of term for Ashley Orphe, whose term expires July 1st, 2025. Applications of interest on file, Ashley Orphe. This item was deferred at the July 9th, 2025 Iberia Parish Council meeting.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Goshenson, second by Mr. Brown. Mr. Goshenson?
Waive.
Mr. Goshenson waves. Mr. Brown?
Wave.
Mr. Brown waves. Please vote your machines. No further discussion. Mr. Pollard? And that motion carries. Summary number 162, introduced by Warren P. Goshenson Jr., District 5. Madam Clerk?
A resolution amending the 2025 parish-wide drainage fund in the amount of $608,000 for the purchase of a pool washer truck, all to be funded from fund budget previous years.
All right, need a motion. I have a motion by Mr. Goshenson. I need a second. Second by Kamen Crepel. Mr. Goshenson?
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I'd ask for a motion to defer to the August 13th meeting, please. Yield back.
Mr. Crepel?
Wave.
Mr. Crepel waves. All right, Mr. Goshenson?
Defer to August 13th meeting.
All right, we have a second. Mr. Crepel?
Wave.
Wave, okay. Vote your machines for deferment. And that motion carries, it's deferred. Summary number 163, introduced by Parish President. Madam Clerk?
A resolution amending the 2025 Public Building Maintenance Fund budget in the amount of $12,000 to provide carryover for boundary survey of the New Iberia City Park, all to be funded from fund balance previous years. Note, motion to suspend the rules is needed as this item was not considered by the joint committee.
All right, I need a motion to suspend the rules. I have a motion by Tommy Pollard. Need a second?
It wasn't carried.
Just carry over?
Second. For suspending the rules. Scott Ronsonet, second. Please vote your machines to suspend the rules. Mr. Napier? All right, rules are suspended. Now I need a motion to open up the main motion. I need a motion by Tommy Pollard, second by Scott Ronsonet. Mr. Pollard?
Yes, Larry, so this money was here already? That
Yeah,
you-
this is the money last year for the survey.
Okay,
It just wasn't carried forward. We got the invoice and we noticed it wasn't carried forward.
okay.
Yield back. Mr. Ronsonet?
Waive.
Mr. Ronsonet waives, clear out. Ms. Broussard?
I guess that you probably answered my question, but I just want to make sure it was already done. The survey was done.
Yes, and
And-
you already appropriated the money.
We appropriated the money. We just need to carry it over.
That's all you need to do.
That's all. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yield back, Ms.
I yield
Broussard.
back.
Broussard yields back. All right, please vote your machines. All right, that motion carries. We have two expansions. Summary number 164, introduced by Scott Ronsonet, District 9. Madam Clerk?
A resolution approving amendment to the manning and organizational tables for the executive branch of Iberia Parish government and submitted by the Iberia Parish President to include an additional position of a building inspector to the Planning and Zoning Department's manning chart, all in accordance with sections 4-01A and B and 4-04 of Iberia Parish Home Rule Charter. The purpose of this expansion is to expedite the process to include an additional position of a building inspector to the manning or organizational tables.
Nope.
A motion to suspend the rules is needed as this item was not considered by the joint committee.
All right, need a motion to go into public hearing. Got a motion by Scott Ronsonet, need a second. Second by Karen Capel. Please vote your machines to go into public hearing. All right, we're now in the public hearing. Looking at public comments. Seeing no public comments, please vote your machines to go back in the regular session. We're now back in the regular session. I need a motion to expand the agenda. Please vote your machine. Scott Ronsonet and Karen Capel. Please vote your machines to expand the agenda. Natalie? All right, it is expanded. Now I need a motion to suspend the rules. I got a motion by Scott Ronsonet, a second by Karen Capel. Please vote your machines to suspend the rules. And the rules are suspended. Now I need a motion for summary number 164. A motion by Scott Ronsonet, I need a second. Second by Karen Capel. Mr. Ronsonet?
Ask for deletion after short discussion.
All right. All right, Mr. Capel?
I'll waive.
Mr. Capel waives, all right? No way motion?
I'll make a motion to delete.
I'll make a motion to delete. All right, got a motion by Scott to delete, second by Warren Gusherson. Vote your machine to delete. Scott, Mr. Brown, Napier.
Vote your own amendment, man. Vote your thing, man.
Scott.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right.
Hey, man.
Y'all got Scott all screwed up.
That's deleted. Now we go to sermon number 165, introduced by Scott Ronsonet, District 9. Madam Clerk?
A resolution amending the 2025 general fund budget in the amount of $151,317 to provide carryover funding for a previously approved position within the Planning and Zoning Department that was not included in the carry forward for the fiscal year. The purpose of this expansion was to move funding from a previously approved position within the Planning and Zoning Department. Note, a motion to suspend the rules is needed as this item was not considered by the joint committee.
All right, need a motion to go into public hearing. Motion by Scott Ronson, second by Natalie Broussard. Please vote your machines to go into public hearing. Mr. Napier, we're now in the public hearing. Seeing no comments, please vote your machines to go back into regular session. Mr. Brown, we're now back in regular session. I need a motion to expand the agenda. Got a motion by Scott Ronson. I need a second. Second by Cameron Capel. Please vote your machines to expand the agenda. Mr. Napier?
I'm sorry.
Oh, that fails.
That's for the expansion?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's for
that was
expansion.
the-
So, now we go to ordinance introduced for publication. There's none. Announcements, next council meeting is August 13th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Please visit the Iberia Parish Government website to complete the stormwater management survey and view adjudicated properties through Civic Source. All Iberia Parish Council and Joint Committee meetings can be viewed live during scheduled meetings on Iberia Parish Government website. I need a motion to adjourn. I have a motion by Mr. Gassersan, a second by Natalie Broussard. Please vote your machines to adjourn. Vote your machines to adjourn. Napier. Meeting adjourned. It's 10:23.
Oh, I forgot. Let me see if I can do it. Okay, so James and Scott would roll it, right? Scott, and then James,
He knows it by heart.
and then James, and then
I now call the Finance Committee meeting to order. It's July 23rd, 2025. Time is 10:32. Item number 1, introduced by Parish President. Madam Clerk.
discuss and consider amending the 2025 Public Buildings Maintenance Fund in the amount of $25,000 to clean and repair air conditioning chillers in the Iberia Parish Courthouse, all to be funded with fund balance previous years.
I have a motion by Mr. Gashan, second by Mr. Trahan. Mr. Gashan, you
Is
have the
that under
floor.
warranty? What will we have with the chip? No, okay. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Trahan, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. President?
Yeah.
What exactly this is for, do you know?
Yes, the money for the chiller.
It's what?
Money for the, what part of the chiller?
Yeah, what's it, we have a breakdown, or we have a maintenance, or?
It's all scaling.
Already?
Scaling.
The descale?
Yes.
Okay, on the barrels?
No.
Okay.
I've already asked. I'm on it.
Seeing no further discussion, vote your machines. Item number 1 as is. That motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, introduced by Parish President. Madam Clerk.
Discuss and consider a resolution amending the 2025 general fund budget in the amount of $63,000 for Tyler Munis software to reconfigure the payroll module and to provide Munis training to employees, all to be funded from fund balance previous years.
I need a motion. Uh-oh, I need a motion. I have a motion by Mr. Swear. I need a second. I have a second by Mr. Napier. Mr. Swear, you have the floor.
A waive.
Mr. Napier, you have the floor.
The same. Waive.
1 second. It's even tired. Seeing no further discussion, please vote your machines. Item number 2 as is. That motion passes. Oh, we only got 8, huh? Item number 3, introduced by Parish President. Madam Clerk.
Discuss and consider a resolution amending the 2025 Public Building Maintenance Fund budget to recognize revenue of $300,000 from state capital outlay and appropriate funding for the project.
I have a motion by Mr. Gashan. I need a second. I have a second by Mr. Napier. Mr. Gashan, you have the floor.
Erica or Larry, I know we accepted the $300,000. Have we accounted for the match money for this, or is this just straight dollars from capital outlay for the
This is
sidewalks.
straight capital
So we
outlay.
have no match for it.
We have a little bit that we have to put towards it, but we've already accounted for it.
You did, okay.
Mhm.
That's what I want, it didn't show it in there, so I
No,
wanted
no,
to
no,
make
we
sure.
already accounted for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Napier,
I'm
you have the
good
floor.
that she answered what I needed to know.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, item number 3, as is. Please vote your machines. What the?
Mr. Napier?
Napier.
I voted.
Oh, yeah, you did. That motion passes. Item number 4, introduced by Fire Protection District.
Discuss and consider amending the 2025 Fire Protection District Number 1 fund budget in the amount of $43,000 to appropriate funding for Station 100 building repairs, all to be funded from fund balance previous years.
I have a motion by Mr. Trahan, second by Ms. Broussard. Mr. Trahan, you have the floor.
Yeah, is that the, one on Avery Island Road, or that's the,
Station 100,
huh?
So what they doing?
That's the main
Roofing or
station?
something?
100 is main station, the other one's the training station.
Didn't they have some issues with something leaking around the windows or something like that?
Pipe busted in the wall or something.
Yeah, there's some leak issues, I think, right?
Yes.
Probably hard the same plumber they hired the first time.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good.
Thank you. It's 10:30. Ms. Broussard, you have the floor.
I'll waive.
Seeing no further discussion, please vote your machines. Item number 4, as is. That motion passes. Item number 5, introduced by Sewer District Number 1. Madam Clerk.
Discuss and consider a resolution amending the 2024 Sewer District Number 1 fund budget in the net amount of $74,850 to correct carryover of project funding for engineering services and contract payments for ARPA, WSG generator project, and related revenues to the carryover expenditure funding for dump truck.
I have a motion by Mr. Trahan. Need a second? I have a second by Mr. Napier. Mr. Trahan, you have the floor.
I waive.
Mr. Napier, seeing no further discussion, vote item number 5 as is. That motion passes. Item number 6, introduced by Acadiana Regional Airport. Madam Clerk.
Discuss and consider resolution adjusting the 2025 Airport Authority fund budget in the amount of $10,000, all to be funded from fund balance previous years.
I need a motion. I got a motion by Mr. Trahan, second. Do I have a second? I have a second by Mr. Matran. Mr. Trahan, you have the floor.
I waive.
Mr. Trahan.
Waive, sir.
No. Oh, I said, yeah, it's late, bro.
Oh, my.
Mr. Matran, I apologize.
Wait.
Wave.
Let's, I don't know.
Hold on, Ms. Broussard. You have the floor, Ms.
Oh,
Broussard.
I was trying to second it. I'm good.
Yeah, this is just,
See,
this is our match to, the design for the runway overlay in Lemaire. It was a $90,000 DOTD and $10,000 from us.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, item number 6, please vote your machines as is.
Thank you for hanging out with us, Mo.
Yeah, Mo, I'd go in late tomorrow.
That motion passes. Item number 7, introduced by Acadiana Regional Airport. Madam Clerk.
Discuss and consider a resolution adjusting the 2025 Airport Authority fund budget in the amount of $1,703,201, all to be funded from fund balance previous years.
I have a motion by Ms. Broussard, a second by Mr. Napier.
1 second.
Oh,
That one has it's not previous balance, but we have that correction on the sheet of paper. I know, that was 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
It's to come from federal funding, to money recognized to come from federal funding.
Items that I put on,
Federal and state funding.
The side, it was that side item.
So we need
Let's
to
start- yeah, let's
amend it
start
to
the-
say that it's not being funded from fund balance, that it's coming from
Federal
Federal
and
fund-
grant, and federal and state grants.
federal and state grant. I'll make that motion.
all right. When we come back after discussion, Mr. Napier, you have the floor.
No, I agree with Natalie. I'm good.
All right, now we're gonna go back to the amendment.
I'll make that amendment, but Mo, that this is a little bit more than 10,000, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might wanna come explain.
For the TV,
All right, yeah. This is the phase one of a with the design. This is for a 90 by 100 foot hangar. The design was was paid for 100% by DOTD. The first phase of construction is being funded by DOTD and FAA. So phase one of this project for the construction, no cost to us.
Good.
Yeah.
Good,
This
good,
is
good, good.
1.7 million, all from.
All from well, it's from FAA and DOTD. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wonderful. Good job, Mo.
Mr. Napier, you have the floor.
I'm good.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, item number 7.
No.
Please vote your machines as is.
No, Chad, I'm far from good.
As amended. Oh, wait, yeah, I apologize. This is the
That was the amendment.
the amendment.
Okay, you wanna go back?
Now we gotta vote main motion as amended. Please vote your machines. Item number 7 as amended. I'm gonna need some candy. That motion passes with amendments. I need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Seeing no further discussion, non-debatable, please vote your machines on adjournment. Mr. Napier, we need to leave.
I'm sorry, my brother.
Wait up. We only got 7 votes.
Huh? Somebody left?
Chad,
Chad,
please vote again on adjournment.
Chad?
Vote again on adjournment.
Revote.
Mr. Napier.
Money there in the budget.
Mr. Napier.
What? This?
Go.
You can confirm with a voice vote.
Got it.
Finally say yes.
Adjourn.
That motion carries.
I've called the Public Works Committee meeting to order. Time is 10:42. Date is July 23rd. Item number 1, introduced by Scott Ronson, District 9. Madam Clerk.
Discuss and consider amending ordinance number 2023-01-5237 to revise the no permit fee penalty requirement against homeowners for starting construction without a permit. Note this item was tabled at the July 9th, 2025 joint committee meeting.
Got a motion by Councilman Ronson, a second by Councilman Gotcha. Councilman Ronson.
Wait, we gotta take it off the table.
Okay. I got a
Motion to.
motion and a second to remove from the table. Everyone vote your machines.
Yeah, it was tabled.
Councilman Matran.
That's it.
Yep.
Hey, you gotta vote.
None motion passes.
And a vote to adjourn.
No, now we got a, I need a motion and a second on item number 1. We got a motion and a second by Councilman Gotcha. Councilman Ronson.
Are you retabling this?
Well, when we tabled it, it was to let permit planning and zoning to give some information on discretionary, and we don't have anything yet. So
You could just leave it on the table.
we'll just leave it on the table and with no date.
You don't have to put it on the agenda
Yeah.
unless Scott says or administration says we're ready for it.
So we want the administration to tell.
No.
Permit planning and zoning to
That's
get some
administration.
information. Yeah.
What we asked for was to get some information.
Okay.
I sent an email. Now that email's probably no good anymore, but I won't go anywhere. Was to get some information on the money, would it affect the revenue? That was one side. And then also just their personal opinion.
I can answer right now, it's totally gonna affect the revenue because that particular department is paid from.
No, but what I meant when I said affected, like how much would it affect? I wanted a percentage, that's all I was asking about. Could they give me some kind of spreadsheet and then we say, okay,
Going from what to what, 3 times, right? 2
to
times?
2, yeah. But I didn't want to affect the revenue, and then Mr. Alpha said, let's look into discretionary. That way you still do penalize, but not everyone.
So you can scale it based on the circumstances or whatever.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'm gonna call you tomorrow, because now we have some of the roadblocks. And so table, no further dates, no dates.
All right, I got a motion by Councilman Ronson to table. Let me finish with the rest of them. Councilman Gotcha.
I'm good.
All right, so hold on.
I'll wave.
The floor is clear. All right, I need a motion. Do you motion again, Councilman Ronson?
Table with no date.
Because you're doing a motion to table.
I thought he did already.
Well, I have to go through everybody.
Oh, I'm okay with the second still? Or Dustin?
Dustin. All right, got a motion and a second by Councilman Swear to table this with no date. Everyone vote your machines.
Can't debate it?
No. Too late. That motion carries. All right, I need everyone vote your machines to adjourn. Got a motion by Councilman Gotchasan. Second by Councilman Swear. Everyone vote your machines. Councilwoman Broussard, Councilman Rossonnet. That's it, huh? Yep. That motion passes. Public Works Committee is adjourned.